A veteran kills himself every 15 minutes in the United States, you know, holdover from a war that we didn't need, had no business being in. And one of the reasons I'm on this flotilla is because a lot of people see, you know, Palestine or what happens in the Middle East, conflicts in the Middle East as just, that's what happens over there with those people. You know, what can I do about it, right? You know, because of the 20 years of the global war on terror, people have been normalized. Like, having military engagements in West Asia is just kind of what happens. And how does it affect them? So I'm on this flotilla to use my status as a veteran to say, like, hey, whatever violence we do overseas, whatever forms of repression and colonialism, immediately get implemented back in the States. The same technology used to enforce occupation and apartheid through AI targeting programs, spyware, mass drone warfare is coming to is actually already at a local police department near you. So if we accept the premise that there's a fascist takeover happening in Washington, D.C. and extending out through the entire continental United States, it started over here. It started with, you know, the expansion of the police state after 9/11 and the national security state after 9/11, and it's only getting worse. And people need to understand that whatever our government is willing to do to Palestinians, they're willing to do to you. They just can't do it yet.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass. Episode 133, We're All Expendable, with guest correspondent, Heartlands Media's KIT CABELLO. And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Okay, we're live. We're going now, guys. We're going. Welcome to the show. It's the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We have a great show planned for you today. What we're calling today's show is, well, we're all expendable. As you heard from the opening comments, we just basically listening to a U.S. Army veteran telling us what the government is willing to do over there is what they're willing to do over here. And there's way too many people in our movement, whichever it is that they're highlighting of the movement, whether it's fighting Big Pharma, fighting the two-party duopoly, fighting propaganda, fighting censorship, fighting anti-war. Too many of us in this group will pick and choose battles. And one of the big mistakes people make, sometimes on purpose, but a lot of times because they don't know any better, they think we don't need to worry about this stuff over there. Let's just deal with this stuff here, right? That's kind of the logic sometimes, because we only have 24 hours in a day. And when we see things go down on the home front, we're talking about, I don't know, the Lahaina fires, or here, more personally here in LA, the LA fires, or any sort of situation that goes down where we have to be suspicious of who's causing it. Is it happening on purpose? And is it for a more nefarious intention? So why is it that we focus on the ones closer here? We don't look so much over there. It seems to be a common problem we have. And like he points out in this opening, this U.S. Army veteran telling us we have to look over there because that is the litmus test. That is the thing they do first to see if they can get away with it. And then they do it here. So if you care about the people that were affected by catastrophes, man-made, some say, here in our country, you might want to start looking at Palestine. You might want to start looking at the military industrial complex and how we use imperialism to basically dictate our aggression around the globe and maintain this fractured system. Well, it's not really fractured. It's actually acting exactly how it's supposed to act, of capitalism, which is not sustainable. And the people that will suffer as we're collapsing in this empire, the people that will be suffering are the everyday people that have no idea that we're being used as guinea pigs throughout this experiment. So with that said, yeah, we have a big, awesome show planned for you guys today. We're going to have KIT CABELLO, Hardlens Media, coming on, talking to us about some censorship problems. We always talk about censorship on the show, but it's always when it hits home, it feels more personal. And I think you guys want to hear this story, and we're going to continue on that topic throughout the day, as well as talking about Israel. We have a new leaked document regarding what the plan is about Gaza. And that's going to be interesting to look at. Also, Trump admitting that Operation WarpSpeed might have been a pharma scam. Interesting. So we'll look at that. Some chaos going on over at the CDC. And what else we got? We got a little a shake up over at Infowars. We'll look at that one. Owen Shroyer might be out, actually is out, but we're going to look at that one. And a few other things we have as well. We will start off with a real fake news update. Actually some good news for the first time, a little bit of a celebration. So we'll go into that. And then later in the show, talking back, we're going to be responding to viewer comments throughout the show. So make sure if you're on our stream right now on our main channel, that's the Rumble channel, you guys can, throw up your comments and we will engage with you, respond to what you're saying. And we like to do that as much as we can, but we call the segment Talking Back, so we'll get to that soon. And you guys know the channel. You guys know it's the Homeless Left. We're on Rumble. We're on Twitter. On YouTube, the channel was taken down, doesn't exist anymore because they said we were having dangerous conversations. It was way too dangerous for the community to handle our discussions on this show. So we had to start a new channel. It's called THL Presents. So if you're on there right now, welcome. Thank you for being part of this. We've had a few pro-Palestinian segments, anti-genocide segments blow up recently on there. And I think it's attracted some new viewers that probably wouldn't even have known we're here because it doesn't seem like a lot of people on YouTube don't even know that Rumble exists yet. Or they don't understand that it's a place that we can go. That's here. That's the Homeless Left on Rumble, where they're not going to pull our plug. They're certainly going to surveillance us. That's for sure. We know that. We know that's what Elon does on Twitter. We know that both Twitter and Rumble are guilty of shadow banning, specifically on Twitter with Elon. But we haven't had our plug pulled yet. So that's a good sign. We've had other colleagues on Twitter with their plug pulled. That's another story. But Rumble, so far, I have not heard any stories of anybody losing their channel on Rumble. And if that's the bar, the low bar we're setting for a win, I guess we'll have to take it. So yay, Rumble, you haven't pulled the plug on us. That's good, but keep surveillancing us because we're bringing on the new age of technocracy, and you need to have everybody in the database, don't you? Peter Thiel and JD Vance and all the other little technocrats pretending that they're not just doing the same policy that they were fearing us about that the WEF was up to this whole time. Sounds like exactly the same thing. But, if you haven't listened to Whitney Webb or read her book, this might be a shock to you. But yeah, it's the same thing. And it doesn't matter who's doing it. It's always been the plan. Get us all on digital IDs. And you guys know the deal. You guys know. You've been watching us. You've been hearing our reports. So without further ado, let's go ahead and let's see if I had any more announcements real quick. I think we're good. Okay. Quick reminder. This show is non-tribal. This show is about taking off those tribal lenses, those goggles that keep you distracted, keep you zeroed in on working for your team, on hero worshiping. We're taking off those goggles so we can start looking at the world with critical thinking skills, which we all have. Sometimes we have to dig real deep and find them, but we have them. And we're doing it together. And it doesn't matter where you're coming from. If you feel homeless from the tribe you've been part of your entire life or however long, and you realize, this doesn't feel right. I'm not allowed to ask questions. I'm not allowed to hold the people in power accountable because they're on my team. And if I call them out, I'm helping the other team. What? That's weird. That's like a basketball coach or a football coach and not being able to practice with their team and fix the problems, because if you call out the problems, you're helping the other team, because then they're going to know you're practicing and you have problems on your team, and that's not good, and that helps the other team. So you have to present that you're perfect. You can do no wrong, and that's the only way you can be. See, none of this makes any sense. You guys realize this now, and you're ready to get out of the this cult-like mentality and start looking at the world, like I said, from a non-tribal point of view, and we can hold everybody equally accountable and acknowledge people when they get something right. And it really doesn't matter who they are or what team they're on. We have to acknowledge that they got something right. Then we can look a little deeper and say, where's that money coming from? Who is it? A psyop? These are questions we can ask honestly and look more into it. But that's what journalism is supposed to be. We're supposed to be punching up, not punching down. When I say punching down, I mean, don't get mad at your neighbor for voting differently than you. Don't get mad at people with different approach to vaccines. That's not, they can do what they want. It's called bodily autonomy. Don't uninvite people to Thanksgiving and Christmas. Don't tell them you'll never talk to them again. Let's go, guys. We're not going to be punching down at our friends and family and colleagues anymore. We're going to start punching up. We're going to start holding the people in power responsible. That's what journalism is supposed to be. So because they're not doing it on the mainstream, that's why we're doing it here. We wouldn't have to do this show if they were doing their jobs over at Fox News, if they were doing their jobs over at MSNBC and CNN. Well, they're not. For the most part, 99.9% of the time, they're not doing their job. So that's why we're doing it. Okay. Enough of that. Welcome to the show. I think we're getting some stragglers coming in late here, which is fine. But I think we're ready to get going here. So we like to start off our week with what we call it real fake news update. So and like I said earlier, we might actually have some good news this time. Might actually have a little tiny win we can celebrate. So let's get to it. Here we go, guys. Real fake news update. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Today, we're looking at a clip from MSNBC from the show called All In with Chris Hayes. We don't really watch MSNBC unless we have to watch MSNBC, but this clip made some rounds a few days ago on Twitter X, and we've never seen anything like this before. This is Israel being called out by the host, Chris Hayes, and he brings in a guest from a weekend primetime show on MSNBC as well, and they have a discussion. The entire segment is just about 8 minutes, and we're going to take a look at it right here, and we're going to celebrate a small win here, not to lose ourselves in the whole battle against censorship and the whole battle against Israeli propaganda and criminalizing free speech and criminalizing standing up for humanity and all that stuff. We'll get to some of that later. But first, let's take a moment to look at what they actually were able to get away with for 8 minutes on MSNBC. Here we go.
Too many horror stories to recount coming every day from Israel's endless bombardment of Gaza, but not so often you get to see video of the moment of the nature that we have tonight. On Monday at 10 a.m. in the morning, Israel bombed the last remaining medical center in southern Gaza, that's Nasser Hospital, and then 7 minutes later, they struck the hospital again as the first responders, medics, and journalists were rushing to the site. That's the moment right there. You see it as they're in the site trying to help people. It's what's called a double tap strike, the same target hit twice in quick succession.
So the fact that he's explaining what a double tap is just on itself, it's just remarkable. It's remarkable because You don't have to do that. And up till now, you would never have guessed that they would even explain this military tactic. It's kind of like if they went on the air and told us about the Hannibal Directive. They won't tell us about that. That's also a military operation from Israel, a very sneaky and unethical. It's all sneaky and unethical. That's the whole point. So the fact that we're talking on mainstream media, a host on mainstream media is telling us about how a double tap works and how nefariously evil it is based on what the whole purpose of it by itself is pretty remarkable. But let's let him continue, because this is just the beginning.
The Arabic language channel Al Gad TV caught that video, the second strike, on video. Now, the strikes hit the exterior staircase of the hospital where journalists frequently go to get a Wi-Fi signal, even set up their cameras. At least 20 people were killed, including 5 journalists. Hussam al-Masri worked as a cameraman for Reuters. He was killed in the first strike on the hospital while operating a live feed for Reuters TV. Miriam Daga, one of the few female journalists covering the siege in Gaza, freelanced for the Associated Press. She shot and reported pieces like this one from 2 weeks ago on children starving in Gaza. Mohammed Salama worked for Al Jazeera and Middle East Eye. He'd been planning his wedding to another journalist, and Ahmed Abu Aziz was also with Middle East Eye. Moaz Abu Taha worked with various outlets, including the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, and occasionally had his work also published by Reuters. The Israeli military issued a statement today claiming they had targeted a camera at the hospital they claim was being used by Hamas for surveillance. They did not provide any evidence to back that assertion.
A Hamas camera, which makes no sense. He'll get into some more of that. But doesn't it seem like it's starting to become a little bit personal? Talking about fellow journalists being murdered, targeted and murdered. A journalist reporting that other journalists are being murdered. It almost feels like it might be personal at this point. Why wasn't it personal for the first 200 plus that were targeted and murdered just since October 7th? As we know, more than the combined journalist death count from all of the wars in our entire lifetime since World War II. Actually, it dates before World War II. We're talking about World War I. You talk about all the journalists murdered, add up the total, and this total in Gaza exceeds that amount. On top of that, outside journalists aren't allowed in, not by Hamas, by Israel. So that makes it even more insane that a number could get that high. But again, right now, at least, almost 2 years into this, right now it seems that it might be personal, that journalists here in the West might actually feel somewhat of a connection to the targeted journalists in Gaza. But continue. Tell us, be honest for the first time about Israel, IDF, Twitter, giving us their BS lies. This is no different than what they've been doing the entire time.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the strikes a, quote, tragic mishap. Now, Israel has not allowed foreign press to freely operate in Gaza since the war started. And so the only eyes and ears that the global press has, that includes us and here in the U.S., are the just profoundly courageous Palestinian journalists who are contracted to work for various news outlets, and every single day are out there very literally putting their lives on the line to get the reporting out. Joining me now is someone who has lived and reported in Gaza, Ayman Mohaldin, co-host of the Weekend Primetime. It's good to see you, Ayman. I know you lived in Gaza for 2 years as a journalist working. The number of journalists that have died in this conflict, Palestinian journalists, we have 278 according to the Committee to Protect Journalists, 3 Lebanese journalists and 2 Israeli journalists. That's 278 journalists. I mean, there's just no conflict, even some of the worst and bloodiest, in any recent memory that's anything like this.
I mean, when you compare it to World War II, it's more than all the journalists combined in all of the wars since World War II till today, to give you a...
There you go. There you go. And I added in the World War I. I've seen that on some reports too. But just the fact that he's saying that. Oh, by the way, this guy doing a weekend show on MSNBC, it reminds me of a guy we know, what's his name? Lawrence O'Donnell, who used to have a weekend show way back before he sold out to his primetime show. And it seems like the weekend guys are a little more honest before they get their big contracts. And so that's something of note, where Lawrence O'Donnell was more honest with us about how politics works when he only was on once or twice on the weekends, versus having your Rachel Maddow primetime. So that's something to be of note when Chris Hayes brings this guy in who's only on weekends. So just pointing that out.
Sense of what is happening. The Committee to Protect Journalist Jody Ginsburg came out and said that this is now obvious that Israel is deliberately targeting journalists. That was her assessment, not the independent journalists that are there or the people outside observing. This is the committee that is looking at this. And they base that on a few assertions. One, Israel basically dehumanizes the Palestinian journalists, comes out and accuses them, warns them that they're going to be targeted, and then at any given moment ultimately follows through with it, as was the case with Anas Sharif. They had been warning that they were going to, or signaling that they were going to target him, and then just let it be that he continued to report every day, and then ultimately decided to take that strike out.
This was an Al Jazeera journalist last week.
One of 10, yeah.
One of 10. Al Jazeera journalist who was killed by an Israeli airstrike, which they claim credit for.
Yeah.
They did not, in this case, they said it was a tragic mishap where they were going for.
And then they modified it with the Hamas camera statement.
No, but I'm saying in the case of the last strike,
yes, they
said we targeted him because they claimed he was Hamas.
Right.
That was the reason. But part of the thing too here is that they have not. I mean, Western journalistic outlets, American journalists have been asking to. Israel controls the border of who gets into and out of Gaza.
Right.
Every outlet in the world has been asking to get in, and they have not allowed it.
Yeah, and Israel is saying that it's too dangerous for journalists to go in there, and they're the ones killing the journalists that are inside of Gaza. So you.
Wow. This is connecting the dots. Look at that. Look at that. Not a conspiracy theory. Actual reporting about how effed up it is at the border, that Israel controls the narrative, controls the actual border, doesn't let journalists in, pretends it's for their safety, but then they're the ones killing journalists. They're finally connecting the dots on their network. Wow. Incredible. Now, why couldn't they do this a year ago or 2 years ago or before October 7th? Talk about the control Israel has of that border, because Palestinians have been living in a freaking concentration camp the whole time. Most of them, their entire lives. So this BS about Hamas controlling everything is not true. And they're finally admitting to it. Why now? That's really the question. Why now? But let's hear a little more.
You can kind of see, look, let's be very honest about what this is right here. This is an attempt by Israel to control the information that comes out of Gaza, whether it is a camera, whether it is an influencer, whether it is a social media star who's doing cooking videos, or whether it is journalists who are working for all kinds of international news organizations. Israel does not want what is happening inside Gaza to be broadcast to the outside world. And so if they can prevent international journalists from going in, they can have a much better chance of delegitimizing the ones inside. They can say, hey, the ones inside are all Hamas. Their cameras are Hamas. I don't even know what a Hamas camera means, but the fact that they're willing to put out a statement and describe a camera as a Hamas camera is just ludicrous. It's absurd.
I mean,
exactly. And to be clear, the camera belonged to Reuters, and Reuters has to contract people on the ground because they can't send their own people. So the people being murdered are young. They're the only ones left. So a lot of them, their skill set is probably photography, not even before October 7th, probably wasn't even doing this type of journalism, but they take the ask, they take it seriously, they do it bravely and nobly, and they know that even without experience, they know that they're the only ones that can handle this, and they just might be responsible for breaking a story to the world. And maybe this one is it. Maybe the 20 that were murdered on this double tap operation, maybe these journalists going in, knowing that they were putting their lives on the line, this could have been the tipping point. And to know that they died with that responsibility, that they came through and they captured this thing. With the a camera that this particular camera belonged to Reuters, did not. So this Hamas camera is insane. It's an insane line. And you know what? Good for these guys for talking about this. Seriously, because it's about time this happened on the mainstream.
Also, there was a camera positioned by that Reuters journalist there who was doing the live stream. So there was a camera. It was a Reuters camera.
Well, that's what I mean. But they know that they can just simply say, and this is the part that there is a little bit of criticism to be applied to Western media, which is the Israeli government says it's a mistake, and then they come out a day later and say, well, here's actually the statement that we're going to put out. It's a Hamas camera. Right. They didn't even say why yesterday. They made that statement today. Yesterday, they just said, we don't have a reason. Right. And it just goes to show you that when you kill with impunity and no accountability, you don't have to provide a reason. You can just come back later and come up with a reason as to why you are carrying out this strike. At a hospital, by the way, which is exactly where they killed Enes Sharif, in a tent at a hospital. I mean, we have already seen, there were multiple Israeli hostages who had managed to escape and were shirtless waving a white flag who were killed by Israeli forces. There have been obviously children who have been killed by Israeli forces. There were, of course, the World Central Kitchen aid workers who were struck by a targeted strike on that car.
I feel like I'm watching an episode of our show right now. He's actually going through the list. He's holding them accountable, going through every piece of crap, fake story coming out of Israel, coming out of IDF, and reported this whole time inaccurately by the Western media. Is MSNBC going to take responsibility here? Is that going to happen? Or is this enough? That's really the question at this point. Is it enough that Chris Hayes says these things with a weekend correspondent that he doesn't have his own primetime show? He can get away with saying a little more. Is that enough? Or is it time to take responsibility for the network and their a part of the problem and misrepresenting, misreporting, lying, and not pushing back and not listing these crimes that Israel commits over and over? Is it time to give the network some responsibility, or is this enough? It's a question we can all answer in our own way. These guys, they go on a little bit. I'm gonna cut that one short. I want to remind you guys how bad it was. It's been bad at MSNBC. Here's just one example to remind you. If you guys remember when Aaron Bushnell put himself up as a voice of the resistance and lit himself on fire as an act of humanity for the Palestinian people. If you guys remember that insane, intense, biggest moment, I think we can reflect on the last 2 years and say that might have been one of the most powerful moments we've ever seen. Watch how Andrea Mitchell reports on this story. This is deliberately trying to take him and what Aaron Bushnell did and make it about his mental health and not about the war crimes that we are all part of, Israel and U.S. war machine. Watch this.
We have an update now on a truly tragic incident in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, 25-year-old Aaron Bushnell of San Antonio, Texas, the active duty airman in the U.S. Air Force who set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in an apparent protest against the Israel-Hamas war, has died. That identification made by Metropolitan Police here. Bushnell filmed his own self-immolation on his cell phone, yelling, "Free Palestine," before collapsing to the ground outside the embassy. He was rushed to the hospital for treatment, but later succumbed to...
So look at how they have the Israel flag behind her on the screen. She only mentioned that he was protesting the Israel-Hamas war. Doesn't give any context to what the protest was about. And watch how she ends this segment. This isn't an accident. This isn't sloppy. This is on purpose. This is called propaganda, and they've been guilty of it the entire time. Watch what she does at the end.
Injuries. And if you or someone you know is in crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide Aid and Crisis Lifeline. You can also call 1-800-27.
Look at that. Because Aaron Bushnell must have had mental illness. And if only somebody could have reached out and told him about a suicide hotline, that would have solved everything. Not actually looking at the protest of what he did, the bravery of what he did, beyond the human experience, what he was able to bring to this fight. Not a mention of it. And that's on purpose. Just to be clear, that is on purpose. So I remind you that one of the executives at MSNBC, Moshe Aaronstein, was an intelligence officer at the IDF from 1984 to 1989. Just a reminder that these people aren't getting it wrong on accident. They're not just figuring it out because of the double tap incident last week that we watched on live TV. They're not just figuring it out. Everything they do on camera is on purpose. Everything we do on camera is on purpose. Are we smarter than them? Are they that dumb? Are we? Oh, we didn't realize it, and now. So look, I'm not coming at Chris Hayes. I actually don't have any total incriminating clip of him. If you guys find one, let me know. I have him basically ignoring this, or not, maybe at best not allowed to talk about it. Why is he allowed to now? So best case scenario, Chris Hayes means well. He can only do so much. If he does too much, he loses his job. He might think, well, if I play by the rules, kind of, maybe I won't lose my job, and maybe I'll have moments like this. And these moments are important. So that could be the psychology in Chris Hayes's mind. And that's the best we're going to get, is somebody just kind of walking on eggshells to keep their job and maybe giving us one of these moments. But the Andrea Mitchells and the list is so long of these disgusting people, all the way up to the executive at the top, executive of programming at MSNBC, booking guests, figuring out the segments, how to spin all these different stories. Those people will never get a free pass from us because one story goes out. So good. We got the story. We got 8 minutes. Thank you, MSNBC. Thank you, Chris Hayes, for pushing for 8 minutes. Good. It's a start. It's a start. Hopefully we'll have more. Hopefully we'll have more. That's been a Real Fake News update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, we are moving on with the show. Let's see here. Okay. I think we're ready to bring in our guest correspondent today. You guys know him. You guys love him. Come on. Out of Chicago. You guys know Hardlands Media. Give it up for KIT CABELLO. Here we go.
Hey. Good to see everybody. Good to be here. Thank you for having me on your show.
Absolutely, Kit. Man, love the work you've been doing over there
Thank you.
On everything on your show. Basically, everything going on in Chicago. I was happy to come on and discuss the military situation going on in Chicago, and I see you've been obviously keeping an eye on that. As with everything else, you do such good work over there. But something did come up on my feed because you've been dealing with more censorship. As everybody knows, we deal with that all the time too. Can you please catch our viewers up a little bit on what happened to you on YouTube the other day, and kind of figure out what has come from that since? Because this is not good. What happened? So please explain.
Yeah. So last week, Friday, before Labor Day, of course, we did our regular live stream show, and you know, like how you could see in the numbers on StreamYard who's watching you on YouTube or X or Rumble, etc., right? Because you're going to have those numbers up there, and you're going to see how many people are viewing your content, which is great. You know, that's what you want to see. And for the first time ever, I noticed something drastically change in the first hour, because again, everything was fine. And usually if there is something wrong with your live stream, at least on YouTube's part, YouTube will inform you via the AI, because again, you don't know. I could proudly say that I don't know any of my interactions with YouTube has been with a human being or not. Maybe it's a human being. Maybe that's their name. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't know who you're talking to. I mean, you got to be a content creator with at least maybe 10 million views to actually get to somebody of real echelon and leadership there. And so my view count then drastically went down from 160 to 80 to 50 to 20 and then to 0. So the first thing came to my mind was, okay, let me refresh my page, because was my show that bad? And everyone decided to tune out, even though there's still people commenting in the live stream chat. Like, I'm pretty sure somebody would be like, this show's canceled now. Because again, we all pride ourselves in doing good content, doing a show, and it's the viewers. Again, we would not be here without the viewers. I mean, the viewers are giving us the privilege and the opportunity to do more content, and they watch our show and support us in any which way they can. And that's a real privilege to have. And then all my viewers started saying the same thing. Why is the view count 0? Hey, I'm still here. I'm not a robot. And for the last hour and a half of my show, because I wanted to see how long it would last, YouTube was indicating that I had no viewers whatsoever watching my live stream. Rumble was fine. The Kick stream was fine. The X stream was fine. But my YouTube live stream was not. Now, the thing is why I was furious about this and why I was upset was because, first of all, the more viewers you have engaging into your live stream, the more notifications will go out to other subscribers. These are things that any content creator should know right off the bat. Even if you're just getting started, this is YouTube 101. More eyeballs on a video, be it a recorded video, something that you edited, or that's live, the more notifications, and YouTube will say, hey, put this in the algorithm feed so that people can consume the content. And so with a morning show where I am not getting any views whatsoever, but yet there's a live stream chat and people are liking are commenting and engaging, you still need the numbers to show that this is a good show to watch, and you need that.
Yeah.
So as I was ending the show, then automatically out of the blue, tick, 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 the numbers keep on going up and up and up and up and up and up. So just as I'm ending the show. So then we had like around 180, I think maybe 200 people watching, which is great. I wish that the YouTube system acknowledged that 200 people instead of saying for like an hour and 20 minutes, I had nobody watching my show, even though I have viewers and people who screenshot that. And I want to definitely give a shout out to a couple of people. Mike from No Soundbites, who's a Republican who watches my show. He has a conservative show. Then there's JB Font, who also noticed that. I think Winston was another person. And even you yourself, Matt. You acknowledged this too. So, I mean, that's a lot of people who are just noticing, hey, what was this? Now, I want to be very careful using these words. I feel in the 50-50 mindset is that I could have been attacked. Again, could have been. Because when I went to ask YouTube, I had a 20-minute conversation with, I think, a human being. Again, I don't know. Maybe a human, maybe yes, maybe no. And they went on to give me these exact words. Hold on. Let me go ahead and tell it to you. Because this is how you know you're dealing with bullshit. This is how you know you're dealing with crap. So let me go ahead and at least have this set and ready so that everyone can witness it. And I should have had this more set and ready for everybody. But here we go. Here is what they said. Their reason of what happened to my channel was because they had to make sure there were no fake accounts and ensure the stream would be safe. So it was a tech issue on their end. That's wow. So in other words, what YouTube is telling me, and what YouTube should be, what this should be telling all of you is that for the people watching my stream, there were 200 people watching in the morning. Thank you for making us part of your morning on that Friday. YouTube was saying that all of them were potentially bots. And first of all, those I actually did a polling for people to engage. Because again, a bot can only do so much. I had real people who've been watching the shows either from last year or from the very beginning, from 2017, engaging and looking at this video. So those were not bots. Those were not fake accounts. Those were not entities that we needed to be afraid about. I don't need YouTube to hold my hand and tell me that, no, we want to make sure you're safe. No. I know what's going on because we've been hit so many times with termination, shadow banning, demonetization, all the wonderful things such as copyright strike, termination, community guidelines. You know, the reason why our channel, again, we have people who have been subscribed to the channel say, hey, I was unsubscribed, or hey, I'm not being notified. It's because of previous times we've been wrongly hit. And so I don't know if the channel has been marked or not, but then again, there's also the possibility of attack. Now, why anyone would want to attack a channel of my size. I mean, I'm not a multi-billionaire. I'm not a multi-millionaire. I am doing everything I can to keep Hard Lens Media in the algorithm and rhyme by doing my show almost every day because I love this job and I want to, definitely build Hard Lens Media in the city of Chicago. Okay. This whole ordeal that we've been going through was constantly dealing with the channel being terminated and destroyed, or use it at a thumb being put on it. It's not fair. And it really, these are the things that test people. So if I had to say that were we attacked, I mean, I'm 50-50 on, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there's people who'd want to report on a channel and then have the YouTube algorithm system maybe try and take it down. And it could have been a glitch too. It could have been a glitch on their end. But when you look at a glitch and you are removing actual people who are viewing my show, what happens if those same subscribers want to see my show next time or a clip from that show? Do they have to once again resubscribe and hit the ring bell notification, or are they not going to be able to find my channel at all? Yeah. Because these are things that I have to be worried about now, especially for my community. And I love my community here. But on that live stream, and I took a screenshot of the back end of the studio, because right now you're probably looking at your studio right now through your numbers. For an hour and 20 minutes, 0 viewers, but yet my live stream chat had about 200 people in there. Something doesn't add up, and I don't like it. And as somebody who's been in these trenches for so long, I know when something is stinky. I know when something is gross, and I know when there's a target. And we could sit here and speculate, but it is a concern of censorship. And as we all know right now, we have these ridiculous verification ID laws that are being implemented. And, I did tag you. I think I tagged a couple other people in the 4chan Kiwi Farms lawsuit against the UK's Ministry of, Ofcom, Ministry of like ID and verification. We're losing our ability to have our free speech and also the ability to actually do content online. Things were simpler way back in 2015, and anyone that's been cheering on or been supportive of online censorship, don't wait up. It'll get you soon enough. So, that's my rant. You asked what happened.
So we consider all these possibilities, and you've gone through, you have to, even as it's going real time, you're doing the, you're doing the test, like, okay, is it this, is it that? You're leaving all the options open, to try to figure out what the hell is happening. And it doesn't seem right to us here. It doesn't seem right at all, because the glitch thing, look, we had an issue on Rumble where we saw like a bot count go up, and it was weird. This was like a few months back. I think it was before the election, actually, last year. And it was just the count was just going up, and then it would come down, go up. It never went down to 0. And if Rumble was trying to figure something out, okay, but we figured, okay, we're not going to make a big thing about it, but we were noticing it. It was going up and it came down. I think Rumble had a way to figure out what was happening without destroying the people that were legitimately watching. So they weren't affected. They could watch. They're not losing their subscription. It's not showing 0. So whatever is going on at YouTube is a different beast. And we know this absolutely from our experience, losing our channel, terminated altogether because of community guidelines. Now, look, this is something that I think goes beyond YouTube. So with YouTube, I think the four things we discovered were the most, the things you're not supposed to talk about, at least over the last 5 years. I would say number 1 is Israel. Number 2 is Ukraine. Number 3 is COVID. And number 4 is any election discussion about particularly 2020. Those seem to be the 4 big ones. There's other reasons as well, but those are the ones that will get you red flagged. And we saw a lot of our colleagues, people getting shut down for all those reasons. The ones we got was medical misinformation. That was the one we officially got. Haven't gotten them with our second channel, which is interesting. So on one hand, Kit, it looks like we're doing a little better as far as not blatantly being emailed and saying that your conversations are dangerous. We had to remove you or give you a strike. So on that hand, it's good. But when I see this stuff happen to you, it makes me feel like maybe they're figuring out ways to do it so it's not so obvious, where you can't really pinpoint it. You can't look at an email and go, why did you flag this particular video? Why did you, where they don't have to account for it because it's so much harder to see it. Maybe that's what's happening here. They're looking for ways so we can't really do the research on it as well. Were you at the time that this happened? Do you remember what was the topic, or was there something in the four things I threw out there? Was any of that going on at any point, or do you think this was just they just
okay?
happened?
The major topic in the first hour was the National Guard coming to Chicago. And ICE immigration. Now, maybe again, there's and again, I could talk to you about everything that happened on Labor Day. Geez, that wonderful show. But you know, when it comes down to Chicago, I think a lot of people are rather afraid and maybe concerned about how this administration is going to react or act towards Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker in regards to bringing the National Guard and ICE to Chicago. And, you know, I can proudly say that Hardlands Media, as soon as Trump made his move in D.C., I knew right off the bat Chicago was going to be the first city that he was going to come after. Not L.A., not New York City, not Baltimore, not Philadelphia, not Miami. It was going to be the city of Chicago. We were going to be the first one on the list. And you know, we have been very consistent in regards to updating all of our viewers about how the Chicago politicians, the Illinois state politicians, how they're reacting towards Trump, what people are saying on the ground here. You know, I'm reaching out to a lot of activist groups and what be more precise, not because again, activist groups here in Chicago leave much to be desired. Let's just say I'm reaching out to people that actually have a little bit more know-so on the more know-how on the ground about what's happening and have an idea about, you know, how people are really reacting towards this. And it is a huge mixed bag. There are people who are rooting for this, people who I'm surprised who are rooting for this. And then there are others that are just who want to resist, but they don't want to be associated with the La Resistance that you saw on Labor Day, which is an absolute pathetic clown show. If that's the resistance, hey, you know what, National Guards, come on in. If that's a resistance, I don't want to see anybody's grandma get arrested or have her hip broken. Okay, I don't want to see that, because and again, you could have the politicians say and scream and shout as much as they want, but unless those politicians are willing to get arrested too, I don't want to hear it. So that's when our channel got hit. Afterwards, we got done talking about the Chicago versus Trump administration. So that's what led into it. And for the next hour and 20 minutes, again, pure flatline. Now, there were people watching the show and there were likes. I mean, the video got about like maybe 400 likes on it. But I mean, were those people fake? I don't think so. Those were real people. And even on social media and even on my Discord and even via private message, I had people reach out to me and say, hey, you know, just so you know, I liked the video. What happened? Is YouTube responding back to you? Hey, what went down? Did we? Yeah, I had one person say like, hey, did the chat do something wrong? I'm like, no. And by the way, there's nothing the viewers and subscribers can do at this point. There ain't nothing you guys can do. No. What it is it's more of this is towards the content creators. And I guess how long a channel has been hit with the suppression and censorship, copyright strikes, community guidelines, you name it. So, I mean, when a channel is hit hard, or use it at a channel gets terminated or, you know, shadow banned, you know, it does impact the numbers of said YouTube creator. And, you know, does it put a target on our back? Yeah, it does. It's a very real thing, because it's sort of like having a criminal record, you know, even though all the times we've been hit have been wrong and foolish.
Yeah. And now we know that, you know, with the implementation of Palantir, and we understand the surveillance state that's coming, they're already putting into motion. We know that the supercomputer we're all going to be in, this is all by design. They call it to keep us safe. They're certainly using it in other parts of the world. We know that they target, Palantir actually uses it for the same technology is used to target Gazans, innocent people, kill children, like literally target them in the back of their head with the same technology they want to use here. And not enough people are seeing that we're all victims of this, whether you agree with what we're talking about or not, whether you're on the side of the issue that we're discussing, you have to understand that you're part of this problem, because it's not just targeting us because we disagree with one thing. They use this technology on everyone. So if you're quiet about this, eventually it's coming for you. And I think that's the big lesson that we have to teach people. We're not, and I know we're preaching to the choir here, but if people are stumbling on us now for the first time, understand that we have our disagreements. We have our little debates. We have debates on homeless left all the time. But the point is, we should be able to have these discussions, and we're all on the same side we have to be on the same side of free speech. We just have to. And this administration is screwing up every single which way possible. And I say screwing up as if I'm giving them a free pass, as if it's by accident. No, this was by design, was to make half the country think that we're going to take on the censorship industrial complex. No, it's actually becoming much worse. And I suspect, Kit, more diabolical, and I suspect it goes beyond even what YouTube had in place when we lost our channel. Technically, during the Biden administration, we lost our channel. I feel like the new technology is going to be more sinister, harder for us to understand, harder for us to pinpoint, because a lot of it is so high tech that we're not going to be getting these emails, these very direct, hey, you did this at this point in your video. That's why we're kind of beyond that time. I think it's going to be more it's going to be harder to find out where it's coming from. And I want to put this up and get your response on this. But I believe that even if YouTube backed off a little bit from their policy, you can't ignore that there's something above YouTube, above the social media platforms, that are guiding this, whether they like it or not. And this is the Stop Hate Act.
Oh,
this
God.
was a bipartisan act. We covered it when it went down. This was Jonathan Greenblatt getting bipartisanship support on making it's a domestic crackdown, calling foreign terrorist organizations that's being generated. They're calling it specially designed global terrorists, SDGT, and it requires, so this Stop Hate Act will require social media companies to explain. So they have to go to a council above them and give them, have you been doing your due diligence? Have you been shutting down people that might be against Israel or whatever? Have you been doing it? And if they don't comply, look at that third bullet point. If the social media company does not comply, it will be fined $5 million.
Oh, great.
So this goes beyond how scandalous YouTube is, internally, or who's like going through and policing our channels internally. Are they now, whether they like it or not, they're going to have to check in with the ADL, with a higher commission that's going to be like, are you doing your due diligence? So how do we know YouTube's part of this? Well, they spell it out. This is being targeted at the 5 major social platforms: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and X. I don't see Rumble on there. So that might be good.
And thank goodness we don't see Kick on there either.
And we don't see Kick on there. So that might be good. But it says that these are the 5 that routinely failed to act on anti-Semitic hate. Because that's what we're talking about here, Kit. Hate, right? If we have conversations, it must be filled from hate, not from having actual discourse and discussion and critical thinking and all that stuff. So this is designed by this guy, Jonathan Greenblatt. It's pretty disgusting what he's been able to get away with. And I just want to play one clip of him telling us
that's fine.
about this crackdown. This piece of S, this guy is going to tell us why it's for our own good that our social media platforms be policed by him, by the way, because it's about protecting the Jewish communities, I suppose. I guess that's really the biggest problem here. Here we go.
An environment where you have graduation speakers spreading blood libels, in an environment where you have social media influencers making baseless claims, people like Hassan Piker over on Twitch, or there's others on TikTok and Instagram saying wild, baseless things about Jews, about Zionists, about Israelis. Vlad, I worry that this could even get worse. So I think we really need tech platforms to step up and stop, lifting up these intemperate voices. We need elected officials to speak out. We need people from all walks of life to stand with their Jewish friends and neighbors today. maybe show up for their own walk next weekend and say we won't be intimidated by the bigots.
Because I look at social media now, and many of these platforms, I mean, the dominant characteristic that I see is what you're describing: anti-Semitism, racism, misogyny, and the spread of misinformation. So how to combat that? What is the ADL doing? I mean, are you having conversations with the leaders of these companies to at least try to remove that nefarious content from their platforms?
Yeah, Vlad, we've talked about this before over the years. I think social media is a super spreader, as you said, of anti-Semitism and racism and all kinds of hate.
It's a super spreader, Kit. It's a super spreader.
Yeah.
So we have to stop this
First
hate.
First of all, this is not a virus. This is how you cause people to lose their ability to think critically. It's a super spreader. Well, gee, last I checked, the only way to stop hate speech is with good people stepping up, okay? And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people on social media that they see some extreme violence or extreme racism. Guess what? The internet's going to drag that person through the coal, because that's where public opinion, this is also where the rule of the people come in, okay? And I think it's by far a vastly great system, okay? Because when people see evil, they will oppose it. When people see injustice, they will impose it. They don't need Big Brother to tell them what to do. And I know I've been warning about this, that we were going to be dealing with some kind of censorship coming our way all the way since back in 2021. And there's a couple people in particular that I remember saying this to, people who weren't too in our business, okay? Because, just sort of like, passive observers, right? So nobody like how you do, or like what we do here at Hardlands Media, or any of our other colleagues or allies, all right? But I remember saying this just to regular people, right? I remember one person who was very like in and out, very lazily involved in doing content creation, and he was like, yeah, sure. And now it's sort of like, great. Now you see what I'm talking about. Now you're seeing that you got to be careful what you post. Yep. Now you got to be careful saying what you say or what you're going to do, because you got the all-seeing eye of Big Brother on you. So, we saw this actually get implemented really in 2020 when it came down to the Hunter Biden laptop story. You couldn't post about it on Twitter at the time. You couldn't post about it on Facebook at the time. And these are things that I have warned about. These are things that other people have warned about too, because it just wasn't just me. But I like to say that Hardlands Media was the one ringing the bell the loudest because of the censorship, and also what happened to a lot of our colleagues in independent media. Look what happened to Steve Poikman. Look at what happened to the Convo Couch, okay? Look at what happened to a lot of our friends in independent media. Because I remember a time in 2019, there was a lot of us, and then on the YouTube platform, a lot of people just lost it all. Permanently demonetized, permanently shadow banned, and that's it. So when I say that there is a censorship plan, and that there was one way back 4 years ago, and it's being hit now on everybody, yeah, it's a real thing. So when a channel does get hit with further termination or community guideline strikes, who knows how permanent that is, the deep scar that will remain. And for those who think that this is a good idea, or using that system is a good idea, no, it will bite you back too. It's not your friend. It's a computer. It's an algorithm. You don't even know if you're speaking to a human being or not. Look what happened to that Star Wars girl, for example. She got hit by YouTube for one of her own channels. And she was explaining it to YouTube like, no, this is my own content. Why are you striking me for another channel that I have? So this is starting to get ridiculous. So what happened to me on Friday, thankfully, I was able to resolve it on Sunday and on Monday. And I hope it remains that way. But it's a very raw for me. It's still an open wound because of the fact that you have people now trying to tone police. And what's happening to 4chan and Kiwi Farms, where they're being at risk of being fined by the UK government. Last I checked, the UK government laws are only applied to the people in the UK. You don't come to our shores in the USA to do that. And the same thing too, I will say that Israel, any country in Europe, China, Russia, they have no right to come into our backyard to tell us what to do. But at the same time, too, no U.S. politician, Democrat or Republican, should come into our own space dictating what we're allowed to say, what we're allowed to post. Now, if it's absolute evil, guess what? Good people will stop them, okay? We've seen this before. But all this control of guidelines and beware of super spreaders or beware of hate, all this other stuff, we're not children, all right? This is how you create a populace that's dumb and afraid. Yeah. And I don't appreciate that, because I can make my own choice. I can make my own choice of what to watch, what to consume. And if I see something evil, yeah, I'll post it. And you know what? If there's something I don't like, guess what? I'll be an adult and walk out the room because I don't want to watch it. Simple as that. I don't need anyone else to tell me what is approved for my eyes or anyone else's eyes. I stand against censorship, and I am for the First Amendment.
Well, Kit, I am going to have to correct you on one point. You're right about that. You're right about that. Foreign countries should not be allowed to come in and tell us what to do. But we do have to make an exception for Israel. Of course, Israel's allowed to do this. We all know it. It's the one exception to the rule. It's been this way for a while. Even our own President Trump admitted to this recently. I don't know if you saw this tweet. DD Geopolitics is telling us in an interview, President Trump says Israel had the strongest lobby. In a new Oval Office interview with the Daily Caller, Trump made a stunning admission. Israel had the strongest lobby in Congress of anything, or any company or corporation or state that I've ever seen. Israel was the strongest. Today, it doesn't have that strong a lobby. It's amazing. Wait, what? Well, here's an excerpt from the actual interview. You can see that when he's answering this question from Daily Caller. He says, yeah, I'm aware. So Israel is amazing because, I have good support from Israel. Look, nobody has done more for Israel than I have. So that's his little precursor, of course. You cut down. He says, I will tell you, Israel had the strongest lobby in Congress of anything body or any company or corporation or state that I've ever seen. Israel was the strongest. Today, it doesn't have the strong lobby. It's amazing. He goes on to say there was a time where you couldn't speak bad. If you wanted to be a politician, you couldn't speak badly. But today you have, AOC +3. You have all these lunatics, and they've really, really changed it. You're too young to know this, but if you go back 15 years, probably that's when it started, right? Israel, you would understand this very much. Israel was the strongest lobby I've ever seen. They had a total control over Congress, and now they don't, And I'm a little surprised to see that. And people, they forget about October 7th. October 7th was a truly horrible day because I've seen the pictures. Okay, this is total rambling. This is the part I would say, Kit, is the one reason the deep state might have 1 or 2% been against Trump being reelected again. I believe about maybe 5% they were against him the first time, because every once in a while he rambles his mouth. And you're not supposed to say these things. He just twisted himself into a word salad here, but it's very, very revealing what he's saying. As he's trying to make the case that there is no problem today, he's admitting there was a problem, and then he's calling people lunatics who might have changed this problem, insinuating that it's a problem, that it's not a problem now. He's all over the place. But would you say this is kind of revealing as Trump's trying to do cover for Israel? He kind of puts his foot in his mouth here, telling us the quiet part out loud.
Again, Israel didn't do itself any favors by constantly instigating the fight after October in 2023, okay? Because I think normally what we've always seen before is that there'd be a conflict and it would last maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months, give or take, and then calm down period, then we do it again, sort of like fencing, a horrible way of fencing as people are dying and starving. But Israel turned it all up to 11, and there's no amount of PR, publicity, editing that's going to make anything we're seeing come out of Gaza look well, it was all just a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to turn all of Gaza into a moonscape. We didn't mean to see all these children starve or look like the Walking Dead. We don't mean for disease to run rampant or, women to be pop shot by snipers, but here we are. And so Trump's saying this, well, they got the strongest lobby in the group. Yeah. You know who said it first? Trump's great, probably only rival in the House of Representatives, Thomas Massey on Tucker Carlson's show. Everybody in Congress has an AIPAC babysitter. Okay, yep. So that means if you're a Trump supporter, if you're a diehard vote blue no matter who, that's right. Hello, Kamala Harris people. I remember seeing y'all out there yesterday at Trump Tower. If you're one of these latte drinking liberals, one of these diehard conservatives who think that Trump or any Republican or Democrat politician has your back, that goes for every one of you guys. Hate to tell it to you, but you're not the number one constituent. It's the lobby groups, okay? So it's AIPAC, it's big oil, it's big pharma, it's the healthcare insurance industry. So guess what? When it comes down to AIPAC, yeah, all of Congress has an AIPAC handler. So they have the strongest lobby group, which is why Congress didn't lift a finger in 2023, which is why Congress didn't lift a finger in 2024, and which is why they're doing the exact same thing in 2025. So Trump saying this isn't a great big reveal, it's like, yeah, no duh. And I think the American people need to come to terms with it. You don't have a representative government, not in the House of Representatives, not in the U.S. Senate, and sure as hell not in the White House. No matter who wins, the lobby groups have the final say. The lobby groups are the ones that the politicians care about because who are they calling? Right? And it's not only just AIPAC, it's the other groups too. But AIPAC's got that. They're probably calling AIPAC first. Yeah. AIPAC's got the number. But the problem right now for Congress, for Trump, is that you can't spin a destroyed area that's been turned into a mass graveyard and turn it to positive PR. Like no media personality can go there and be like, sunshines and rainbows in Gaza. Let's build a Riviera in Gaza. You know, Trump Gaza, the Riviera in the Middle East. Yeah, it's going to be built on the foundations of the bones and blood of the dead. There's no media spinning to fix that. And it is abhorrent that this is where we're at, and people still go to these politicians. These politicians are not your friends. You can't go in there with the decorum and respect. They are representatives, and you cannot let them get away with their WWE kayfabe actions in which they're saying, oh, no, we do care. They don't care. They don't care about you. They care about what their donors want.
You know, if I had a chance to revise Trump's statement there, although he does tend to speak off the cuff, I'm sure he just rambled there in front of the reporter thinking he could just ad-lib the thing. But I would say this. He was, at some point you're going to have to admit that what you're willing to admit of the past, that Israel had all this control, you're trying to pretend it doesn't now, while at the same time blaming what he likes to call the radical left, right? The AOCs and all these he calls them lunatics. I would say that to make a little adjustment there, I would say you're going to have to, at some point, Trump, acknowledge that these quote unquote lunatics are the reason that we are able to see this now. That and Israel's over the top sloppy behavior, thinking they can get away with anything. Of course, they have just as much control as they did 15 years ago. Of course they do, if not more. But the fact that they go this far with a genocide that we're watching in the palm of our hands, they're going out of the way to pass new laws like the Stop Hate Act, which we showed earlier,
which is bull, which is absolute pure bullshit. It's
total bull. But the reality is, there's enough of us speaking out. And I don't know. He mentions AOC like she's some radical. She's not. She's what? Because she's willing to say the G word. Bernie isn't. So at least that's good, I guess. But we're the ones in this space doing what we're doing, and we're the ones making that difference. We're telling people it's okay to have these conversations. And it's been okay to have them the entire time. We don't have to wait till, 20 people get killed on live TV on a double tap operation by the IDF. We can have these conversations the whole time. So Trump just needs to, understand that he almost connected the dots. He's very close, very close. He hasn't fully connected the dots, or he's only allowed to say what he's allowed to say. But make no mistake, the control has been there. And now it's time to fight back against that control. And we're in an all-out war. This is a censorship war, and we're fighting to the end here. And this is why I appreciate everything you've done on Hardlens Media and fighting this, every little, small battle, big battle, getting the backs of others who deal with this, which I have to say, you came to our side when we were fighting.
Exactly.
And so we get each other's backs in this war, because these battles, they go on and on, but the war is long, and we have to get each other's backs.
I'll also add on to this too, because look, there is how the system will go after words that you say or stories that you say, right? It's an automatic system where there's people who are surveilling YouTube and finding the content they deem troublesome, right? But then there's also the other kind, and that is people who will purposely abuse the copyright strike system or the community guidelines system, or use it at falsely report on channels just because, to cause extra pain. So these are things to factor in, because there's a lot of things to deal with now, especially in this day and age in online content creation. It's not only just independent media, but there have been stories of people who do like entertainment genre like content creation, and some random troll with their fantastic buddies will go ahead and maybe falsely report a video, or either that, maybe a political group falsely report on a video, or there's an organization that will falsely report on a channel or anything else of that nature. This has happened to a lot of people in more ways than you can ever imagine. And in turn, the fallout can be devastating to all sorts of content creators. And you don't know what they could be facing off against. And depending on, and here's the thing too, like we've been hit by people giving us copyright strikes or Ethernet community guideline strikes because, for example, in 2021, we did a video, I think, on Joe Rogan, for example, who hit our this group hit our channel, claiming that we had claiming that they represented Joe Rogan. Like these are things that you probably might have dealt with too for your if you're commenting maybe on a Joe Rogan video or something of that nature, and someone's saying like, no, we represent this person and we're going to be taking the monetization, and if you don't, you'll be hearing from it. And it's like, no, I know you don't represent Joe Rogan, so I will challenge it. So I mean, this happens a lot. And then when your channel really does get hit, I mean, it's a real nightmare because then you have to deal with YouTube and the entire, I guess, administrative process in getting out of there.
Yeah. Man, well, look, the fight continues, man. And like, you know, good for you for staying on top of it. And you know, hitting them right back, like immediately, which we have to do. Anytime we notice something's off, we got to engage and figure out what the hell's going on and garner the support from, you know, from our fellow, you know, independent media people and our fellow audiences, and get everybody together on this, because we all are on the same side here. We don't have to, like I said earlier, we don't have to agree on every little issue.
No, we don't have to be buddies and pals and friends, but we can at least work together.
Yeah, let's work together on this, because we're on the right side of history. There's never been a time in history where the people censoring were the good guys ever. Mm-hmm. It's the people being suppressed that aren't allowed to speak out is the people that get punished because we don't want that. They don't want the information to get out to people. That's it. So let's be for free speech, no matter what the issue is, no matter what the topic is, no matter if it affects us personally or not, because we're all part of the same battle. Kit, do you have time to stick around for one more with me here?
Hell yeah. I'm seeing my people in here. I also want to give a special shout out to Hassan. Much love to your family. That's Farah Hassan, who's in the chat. Much love to your family. Seriously, your words of encouragement have been very kind and very supportive. And I also want to give another shout out to somebody here too. And I need to give him a shout out actually on tonight because I'm doing an evening show. I want to give a shout out to Cortex Creations. They've been doing a lot of great artwork. This fan artwork. Want to give a shout out to Zago Brothers. They're doing some great work too.
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, I got nothing but love for this community, and I got nothing but love for all the solidarity and support that we've been getting. Just, it's humbling, and I will find a way to repay back all of this kindness in one form or another.
Excellent.
Yeah. So count me in. Yeah. What's the next thing?
We're gonna cover this leaked report. So here's what happened. You guys know about the Trump's Gaza. That's been a thing. We saw that AI video months back when he first got in office, claiming that we're gonna, take Gaza and we're gonna build it up, and it's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be incredible. Like, as we're talking about building over the top of dead Palestinians and destroying their entire society. We know that Gaza's been turned into a parking lot. We know that that the culture of Palestine is being destroyed, not just the people and the lives of the actual citizens themselves, but their whole culture. We've known all this, but this leaked document does shine a light on the capitalist aspect of it, the investment part. This is why the deep state has chosen Trump as the leader for these 4 years. This is a perfect reason, because he is the guy who can sell this to at least half the country, sell the opportunity. Capitalism is always about opportunity, venture capitalism, right? So you say, how can we make a bad situation into something good? So here is, well, before I show the leaked report, because we're going to dive into it, it's called the Great Trust. And whether it was intentionally leaked or not, we have the entire document. We're going to look at some of it, but I'm going to start this segment off with a little clip from Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar. If you guys remember, he did the rounds with Tucker, with Crystal and Saga, with a bunch of others, talking about his personal experience in Gaza and how it affected his, obviously his state of mind, his entire philosophy. But he can tell us very specifically about the operations there and the nefarious dealings of U.S. and Israel war machine, and can basically sound the alarm on this. But he's going to tell us about why these next 3 weeks are very, very critical for Israel to get the job done. This is what we've been talking about, getting this job done before it's too late, and then they can initiate the next phase. So here's the warning from Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar.
Now is that we don't have, and this is what scares me, is that Operation Gideon's Chariots 2, which is happening in clearing the north. This was Gideon's Chariots. This is Gideon's Chariots 2.
So he's talking about they're literally calling this Gideon's Chariots 2, 1 and 2, which is clear. When he's talking about clearing, he's talking about the parking lot that we're seeing right now. You have to clear them all out. You have to, the starving to death campaign that's happening in real time. So that's the reference there, because I don't think he gets too much into that after this point, but this is about the time. It's all about the timeline. So listen to this.
Wow. This operation wasn't planned to start until the end of September. But they called up 60,000 reservists, threw them into here, and started last week, a month early. Why? Because Israel knows they're running out of time. Israel knows that soon the sanctions and the condemnation will be coming, and they'll have to stop. They know right now, though, that they have time, but they don't have a lot of it. Israel's position is get the job done, finish it. Then, when the world wakes up, it's already too late. What can you do to condemn something when it's already happened? What can you do? And what I, in terms of like life or death and how important this is, the discussion about a two-state solution or not, the discussion about a Palestine or not, the discussion about representation or not, isn't going to matter. In about 3 weeks from now, that conversation isn't going to matter because there's not going to be any Palestinians left. They won't exist. Like right now as we speak, I believe, just based on the level of destruction and bodies that we know are buried under the rubble, and just everything that's been done. I don't think the death toll is around 60,000 to 100,000. I think the death toll is close to 500,000. I think that by the time we clear northern Gaza, and all the Palestinians that are surviving, that remain, that haven't died of starvation, famine, disease, sickness, injury, being blown or shot or killed, that when they move everybody down here, because this 2.7 kilometer camp that they've built, you can only put about 1.5 million people in there.
You can only put about 1.5 million people in there. Remember, it started at 2.2. The 2.2 million was the population on October 7th. He's talking about the capacity of this new area they're moving everyone to can only hold 1.5. So what happened to the other 700,000? That's what we're talking about here. What happened that when we still see these 60,000 numbers, which is complete bullshit. Pardon my French. It's total bullshit. But that's what he's talking about. So he's showing us the numbers in the next 3 weeks. I think a little bit more here. He's going to finish this.
Why would they have only built it for 1.5 million people? Because by the time the final solution in moving everybody down here to these camps, and these camps, this concentration camp, this isn't in the future. This is now. This is done. GHF UG Solutions Contractors, the company that I worked for, are guarding this concentration camp. There's no running water. It's open sewage. There's no food. There's no means to cook food. They're dying. On the rise is dysentery and polio. Dysentery and polio sweeping through a population that doesn't have the ability to clean themselves will kill thousands. 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 Southeast Asia and the Philippines in the 80s, when dysentery swept through there, it killed thousands. It can kill thousands. That's what they're banking on.
This is what we call an actual whistleblower, Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, telling us the company he worked for is doing this right now, allotting for 1.5 million at capacity of where they're relocating everyone left, assuming in advance that 700,000 will not be alive for this. And he's talking about a timeline over the next 3 weeks. Why 3 weeks? It seems that that's the trajectory. Israel thinks that that's the time they have left. And we cover on this show that the mainstream is actually starting to acknowledge the war crimes, the crimes against humanity. They've never done it before. So I guess they're looking at a 3-week clock, and they're trying to fast track this operation, as he calls it, Operation Gideon Chariots 2. And we're seeing this play out in real time over the next 3 weeks of September. Very scary stuff. Kit, thoughts on this before I bring up the next part of the plan, which is called the Great Trust?
Well, what we're seeing here is, and not to mention the numbers, we all know the numbers were much higher than anything that was reported in 2023 or in 2024, and even now this year too. And the thing is, there will be questions said to us by future generations.
Yeah.
Why did you wait so long? Why didn't you do anything? Why did you hold out hope for these politicians? Why did you guys allow yourselves to get censored? And we're going to have to take all that pain inside ourselves, and some of us will say we spoke. Vast majority of us, we're going to be looking down at the ground, speechless.
Yeah, we know that some that were outspoken from the beginning that we give shouts out to all the time, like Caitlin Johnstone, who said to us on that first weekend back October 8th, 9th, 10th, she said, you guys, you basically have this little window, which is a couple days till you figure it out. Any tweet you do after that, talking about no red line policy for Netanyahu, unprovoked attack, let's get them all. At some point, you're going to be considered wrong, and the internet is forever. So you guys, you have to correct yourselves now. What number, how many deaths? I remember that question. How many dead Palestinians? And this question, again, was asked right away, October 8th, 9th. How many deaths will then it be okay? This eye for an eye policy. Okay. So October 7th, totally unprovoked, which we know it wasn't. We know so many things that are wrong with October 7th, but even if we took it for face value with what they reported, how many deaths are okay? At what point do you say, okay, this is enough? And there's still people today that think this is about Hamas, still think it's about the hostages. They still think it's about babies in ovens. They still think it's about the chosen ones and the right, to have this land. It's the insanity is, it's so sick. It's so twisted. Mm-hmm. But like you said, Kit, history is only going to be told, obviously the victors. And I assume we're going to come out of this, the victors, because we have the paper trail. But what side are you going to be on if you got this wrong? What side are you going to be on if you still think that we have to protect Israel at all costs as they're committing mass murder on every neighboring country, not just in Palestine? But this is where we're at. And you guys, you've heard the warnings. You've heard it from people that were there. There's not much more we can do to convince you. But what we can do is show you the next stage after this cleansing. This bringing the number down to, I guess, at most 1.5 million. That's all that there's going to be room for. So that's minus.
They could make it low, and that's a horrific thing. I don't want to say that just to say it, but I mean, folks, they could lower it down to 1.5. Who's saying they can't make it down to just a cool mill, and from a cool mill to maybe something lower? Just throwing it out there, not to be pessimistic or evil here, but I mean, if it can happen, then yeah.
At this point, it's about, again, this is about how capitalism works. We're going to show you right now how capitalism works. This is now an investment deal, and this is why we say that Trump is the perfect face for the operation, because he's the ultimate businessman that can make anything feel like a good deal. Hey, it's too bad what happened to the people. It sucks, but let's not waste this opportunity. Come on, investors, come one and all. We're ready to share with you this opportunity that we can make some money, and it'll be good for everyone because we're in the business of making money. Capitalism, which only can flourish with imperialism. That's how capitalism is successful, because of, and this is a textbook example. So here we go. This is DD Geopolitics telling us about the Great Trust. The Great Trust, which came out, it's been making the rounds on Twitter. Gaza's future, as imagined by U.S. planners, Israeli strategists, and Gulf investors, a corporate utopia built on ruins and wrapped in Abraham Accords buzzwords. But under the branding lies a brutal truth. Gaza is to be recolonized, monetized, and erased. This is not a reconstruction plan. It's a capitalist cleansing operation. A leaked document titled The Great Trust, short for Gaza Reconstitution, Economic Acceleration, and Transformation. I love how they have to get that trans in there. The it's like the whole transhuman crap that we're all lays out the blueprint. It envisions Gaza as a thriving trade hub at the heart of the new Abrahamic regional order. But that vision only begins after Gaza is destroyed, Hamas is dismantled, and U.S. control is imposed through a multilateral trusteeship. This is where we're at. How they describe it, it's a U.S.-led custodianship. It can start with a U.S.-Israel bilateral agreement, taking control from Israel to the U.S., once Hamas is disarmed, of course. That's the important part. And evolve into a formal multilateral trusteeship. The real goal, transfer Gaza from Israeli occupation to U.S. Arab corporate control. Gaza's value under Hamas is described as $0. So we're just looking at the numbers, Kit. This isn't about, moral right and wrong. This is just look at the numbers. Their value is 0. The West Bank, they note approvingly, has modest growth under Israeli control. The conclusion? Well, Hamas must be dismantled. Gaza must be open to foreign capital, and voluntary relocation must begin. Gaza, they claim, will become a $300 billion asset, up from 0. A digital physical economic zone at the center of the IMEC corridor, exporting labor and goods through tokenized land and tightly controlled trade routes. But this wealth will not belong to Palestinians. Nope. The plan mentions generous voluntary relocation packages and permanent housing, but offers no political autonomy, no elections, no justice, no corporate trusteeship, strategic mineral access, and a chance to erase Gaza's revolutionary spirit forever. That's the plan. And go ahead.
After hearing this and witnessing what we've all witnessed, because it's not just me, it's everybody witnessing on social media, the amount of pain and suffering that you're seeing with the people in Gaza. Because right now they can't really do a rally or a protest. They got to worry about putting food in their stomach, getting medicine, finding shelter, and hopefully surviving for the next minute. I noticed I didn't say day or hour. I said the next minute, because every minute is a count towards survival. They got to wonder how they're going to make it to the next minute and the next minute and the next minute afterwards. And that's real mental stress and pain. You've got kids now who have to grow up really fast, at the age of 2, 5, and 7, having seen the horrors of war in real time for the last, 2 years, 3 years now going on.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you're talking about revolutionary spirit. Not only, and I say this because you got to look at human psyche. I say this because, and of course you cannot deny the human resolve, but the spirit, at least of the people in Gaza, what they've been going through. If some are just probably burnt out and like all what they could think about is just surviving. Like if there's going to be a revolutionary spirit, it's on its last embers right now because of how people will survive in this generous relocation. I mean, yeah, they're being relocated, but what about the mind and the heart and the soul? It's still in Gaza.
Yeah.
Still there fighting. And the people there are still trying to compute, even the kids trying to compute about seeing all their family members gone. Like this generation that will be rising up or coming into adulthood. Are we prepared to list the traumas that they've seen? And I don't want to say it because I don't want to get your channel to be hit. But all the traumas are there. Stuff that I would not want to see a young person go through, a child go through. But it's there. And it's very real. Yeah. We're seeing man's inhumanity to man and what will remain of the people. I'm reminded, this was on Fall Civilization podcast. I think it had to deal with it was about the empire in North Africa, and there was a monarch who was destroying the libraries and also his enemies. And I wish I got the quote verbatim, but he said to one of his rivals of another nation, "Look upon that tree in that field, far off, alone, and in the shadows you will see them, a handful of children from the last kingdom that stood against me. Stand against me, and that will be you." And right now the whole world is on that hill, seeing in that tree, in the shadow, what remains of the generation of the people of Gaza. And we have allowed ourselves to turn a blind eye to it.
Yeah. Well, if it hasn't gotten intense yet for you guys, wait till you see the actual business plan. And that's what this is. It's a business plan. And I remind you, it's hard to argue this capitalist exercise in how humanity gets put last. We talk about the profit over people system. There's no better example than what they call the Great Trust. And whether it was leaked accidentally or on purpose, doesn't matter. We have our hands on it, and we're going to show you right now. We'll go through some of it, but it's a 38-page document. Even the cover, I mean, this looks like something you would hand an investor. You say, look at the plan. This is the Great Trust, from a demolished Iranian proxy to a prosperous Abrahamic ally. And then they spell it out right there, the acronym Gaza Consultation, constitution. Oh wait, I'm getting that one. Economic acceleration and transformation. And you go through this page by page. It gives you the bullet points of what the goals are and how they're able to make it a public investment, 70 billion to 100 billion in public investment. This thing is detailed, guys. It's detailed. It's showing you how a thriving Gaza, the crossroads of a new Abrahamic architecture, and how this trade route will be beneficial. And this, again, we always talk about this. This is Western imperialism at its finest. We talk about this every time we go and we invade a country, we take it. It's always for resources. It's always for a trade route. It's always for oil. It's always for these things. We don't even talk about the oil that's sitting in northern Gaza this whole time as well. So there's so much money to be made here. So it's in everyone's best interest that this entire genocide has been going on this whole time, and that's why the people in power have been protecting it and calling us full of hate for challenging this. It's pretty sinister what they've been able to pull off. But you can go through this. This is showing you. They call it a Hamas takeover, that they have to collapse it. So they want to collapse the Hamas takeover and call this. So this is they're trying to be the good guys here, bringing this through each of these. So they have a 10-year plan. It's Gaza 2035. It's a regional vision, and they're talking about basically seizing this entire way and having this they call the bridge to the Mediterranean, and how all this money is going to be made by all these resources. So as they break down, the 10 mega projects in there. There's some really weird stuff in there, Kit. If you go down to the one in red, Elon Musk smart manufacturing zone is in there.
Huh?
Some really weird stuff in here.
Now
I
think it's a little bit unrelated, but as we all know, that there was this infamous meltdown on Alex Jones's show with one of his people, and there was a segment in there, like we were running back the clocks, where Owen was talking about Gaza and Israel with Nick Fuentes, right? And then Alex Jones comes on the set and starts saying, "Hey, got a phone call from Israel. Stop talking about Israel." Yep. Well, guess who bailed out? Alex Jones, Elon Musk, and a few other people. So if there really is going to be a smart manufacturing zone, I mean, kind of explains a few things here that are happening. Just throwing it out there. I mean, if it does happen, whatever. But okay, when you add 2 and 2 together, why not?
So you guys remember we were getting accused of conspiracy theorists when we talk about smart cities. We talk about smart cities in Lahaina. We talk about Gavin Newsom's plan for Olympics 2028 in LA, right here in LA. And we're called conspiracy theorists about smart cities. It's literally in the plan for Gaza. It's right here. It's a smart city design. Wow. There it is. And it's presented as this futuristic high-tech innovative thing that's progressive. It's not progressive to have government control over people and the space in which they live and the way they can exist, and everybody on a digital currency system, which is ultimately the plan for the entire planet. EV industrial zone. Oh, that looks good. Look at this. How disgusting. They look at them depicting at the bottom. Like, oh, look at this. We're multiracial. We work with our middle.
God,
it's just like what are you guys doing here? So they have a point by point of this EV industrial zone. There's a few more crazy stuff. Land trust and tokenization. You guys should go DD Geopolitics Twitter and download this yourself. You can look it through more closely. It's like 32 pages. We're just gonna go through a few more. A custodianship. So there's a framework. So they got two frameworks set up. One for governance framework for a custodianship, and it gives you the 6 to 12 months, the 1 year, and up to the end state there. And then the next page they go, well, if we do it a self-funding force, gradually building local capacity, they give you the 6 to 12 month, the 1 year. So they give you two different approaches, which is everybody knows a good business plan might want to give your investors a couple options. So they really good. Whoever they hire to do this business plan is top notch because they know how to really get that investor.
Well, they're really selling it. They're really selling. Like, look how great it is.
Yeah. This is look at this. The 2035 plan. It calls for major investment. Look at this. Building the Gaza police capacity. Are you kidding? We got to build up the police. Here we go. For safety purposes, guys. And it's going to be very, very profitable for us. This one, the Gaza humanitarian. Oh, now this is a joke. This is that you just throw the word humanitarian in it, and it'll feel good. It'll sound good. This is how because we care about the people. Remember what the colonel said earlier about the 1.5. What are we going to do with them? Well, they certainly have a plan for these guys. Here's how they have a humanitarian assistance-driven organization. They're going to securely distribute aid. We've seen how that's gone so far. The distribution of aid. Oh yeah, that's been going very well. I'm sure they're going to have it just as locked down, tight, well-run system. We can't wait for that. More on this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is a joke. GHF, total joke. Oh, and here we go. This is good. Voluntary relocation programs. They have a temporary housing option. And then the Gazans that can relocate to a different country. Wow, that's great. Look at all the perks. They got perks, Kit. They got rent.
I love it.
For 4 years.
Let's see, hold on. Wait. Let's see. Temporary housing support in Gaza, relocation support outside Gaza. Let's see. Oh, wow. Assume 75% of Gazans remain in Gaza. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at all the wonderful benefits. You get it all. And the price is losing your conscience and your humanity.
Yeah. And your culture and everything, your entire lineage, everything's gone. $5,000 though, Kit. $5,000 to relocate. Nice package. I have to consider that. And then you get rent for 4 years. What are they moving to Israel? Isn't that what Israel gets to move? They get to fly there for free, take somebody's house that's not theirs.
That's gonna be a big no for me, dog. A huge no for me, dog. Seriously, one. Yeah. Seriously, man. Oh God.
Yeah, and look at this, increasing the value of Gaza, 185 billion in the first 10 years, to 324 billion from zero. Remember, don't forget, it's worth zero today. They have established it's worth zero. How did we get to zero? Well, you turned it into a parking lot. That's how you got zero for today. So anything up from zero is a profit, I guess. There we go. So so this is okay. Now this is key. This is key. Levers to reduce the trust's investment. So this is And this is what you want to give any investor when you're asking them for money. You say, how can we lessen your initial investment? What can we do? How can we reduce the initial costs? The way we reduce initial costs is we increase the number of Gazans who volunteer to leave. Guess what else you do, Kit? Guess what else you do? If you want to, if you decrease the number of Gazans that exist at all, that might be a good technique. Lower the number of them existing, then the investment will be less. So there's little ways you can show your investor, we're thinking of you. We don't want you to write these massive checks. We can cut them down a bit. We'll just kill a few of them and we'll push a few more out. So we got a plan for that. And we're looking out for you, Mr. Investor. Your money is the most important thing. So this thing goes on. It's pretty unbelievable, guys. Again, go. You guys can download this PDF on your own. Look at this. Here's the permanent residential housing, infrastructure rebuild. I mean, this whole thing is what. Oh, Gaza. Oh, this is great. Look at that picture they chose for Gaza security. The security state comes to Gaza. It's already there. It's already coming here. This is, it's insane. So this goes on and on. There's your educate. Okay. I've had enough. I'm taking this off here.
Wait. Go pull up the education thing. Pull up the education.
You want to do this one? Education and workforce development?
Yes. Wow. Hold on. Wait a minute. Costs for students age 15 to 10, schools 15 plus, vocational students, Gazans working age are able to find employment in the following industries: tourism, security, medicine. So great. Everyone's going to be like part of this new system, this rigid caste system. Okay. Assumptions. You know, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Grade school, all students age 5. Okay. There you go. Costs. Let's see. Construction starts with a 3-year. In year 3 was 100 schools constructed per year at the cost of $2 million per school. Vocational school assumes 20% of Gazans age 15 to 39 attend vocational school. Wow. Look at all that money going in.
Yeah. And PPP investments. Oh, there you go.
Oh, PPP.
There we are.
PPP loans, right?
Yeah, PPP loans that go to the upper class, not to the people that actually need them. That's
yeah.
They never have to pay those
always
back.
Funny.
Non-PPP, private industry. So they really got. Oh, now we got a whole financial modeling section. So it's just, there's your assumptions. Population assumptions and investment assumptions. So this is your key financial model. Assumptions is literally in the title of this header here. And again, it's always about, you have to look out for your investor. It's always about the levers to reduce the trust's investment. So we've seen that one. There we go. So and here's your 10 years. There's your 10 years. How the trust can make a crap load of money in 10 years. You can't lose here. Okay. I'm thinking of writing a check myself. I really want to get in on this. You can't lose. It's literally giving you a 10-year plan to make money off the massacre of everybody in Gaza, which we're seeing. And we know now that the number, and this is still like a conservative number, is that 700,000 will be dead by the end of this. That's still a conservative number, and they won't tell you this. They're still using this 60,000 garbage number. But we're doing the math, and we think it's 700,000 is the bare minimum that are going to be eliminated, if they already aren't even getting close to that right now. Probably more than that. So here we are, genocide in real time. We're still not allowed to talk about it because it means that we apparently hate Jews or something. I don't know. I don't understand that logic. So we can't really talk about it. We're probably screwing our channels over right now having this discussion. So here we are, Kit. This is what's happening.
I remember a time when you could speak. I remember a time when you could speak out. But after 2015, that's when it really started. That's when the whole jackboot started coming down on all of us. And then the better days ahead turned out to be a lie. And I am ever praying for better days ahead. But I know that there's a freedom flotilla that's supposedly going to be heading out there. Right now it's turned back due to, I think, weather conditions. I think Greta Thunberg is on it. There's like a whole fleet of boats going there. And look, we got to bring more awareness in any which way and form. Okay. But to be the bad guy here, I think pretty much we're going to witness this probably coming to fruition. All right. there's no amount of protesting on the streets or blocking the streets that's going to stop it unless labor leaders are. And I got to get this off my chest here. I'm sorry. I can't keep it in anymore. When it comes down to these activists and these organizers, right? There's only a handful of people that I've seen actually follow through. RBN, mutual aid, that's follow through. Okay. All right. What Missy Winston did was Julian Assange. That's follow through. Okay. Yep. And I know a few other people who've also done some real follow through for their community. Okay. Vast majority of these activists and organizers are just cosplaying. Okay. What I saw yesterday downtown, I'm seeing like, oh, no more kings, resist Trump, resist Trump, resist Trump. Oh, free Palestine. Okay. Which is great. I'm glad people are screaming that. But to these worker groups, these labor groups, these activist groups, these social justice groups, unless your leaders are prepared to really shut it all down, please, for the love of God, quit chanting it. If we don't get it, shut it down. Well, then are your leaders going to lead and tell you to shut it down? Are you going to do a general strike meeting? Are you going to do something that's actually going to have a follow through, or is it just another glorified freaking parade? And no, that's not my words. I wish I made it up. I'll give credit where credit's due. Came to us a special guest co-host on the show, Nick Thompson. All right, he's the one who made it up. He's the one who came up with it. Yeah, glorified parades, because that's what they are.
Yep.
Okay. So I mean, what's happening in Gaza is going to happen unless people want to take the initiative to say, okay, women, children starving, men being shot up, whole areas being turned to moonscape. Unless, and the thing is, people are going to say to me, well, G-Kit, why don't you do it? Well, I'm not an activist. I'm not one of these social justice warriors. I'm not one of these people out there who've made a career, okay? Because a lot of these social justice warriors made a career for themselves. A lot of these groups made a name for themselves. Looking at you, Me Too, and Time's Up, all right? I'm just signaling them out. Same thing for all this stuff. Unless you are going to shut it down, shut the up. Unless you're going to have that follow through, I don't want to hear it. Because what I saw yesterday was dancing at Haymarket Square and saying, oh, we're going to resist Trump. And then I go to Trump Tower and I'm seeing the resistance there. Look, man, I don't want to go to hell, but that's probably where I'm going to go when I die. I have it coming.
No, man.
But look.
Don't say that.
It's okay. I shouldn't joke like that. Okay. But look, when I'm seeing, like, and again, bless their heart, an 80-year-old or somebody who's disabled, like saying, we're going to resist Trump. The National Guard is going to be coming in here. They're going to roll over everybody. And the politicians aren't going to stand with the activists and organizers. And neither are your leaders, because your leaders are, unless you're going to do this continuously, the tragedy and traumas will continue on.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be mean here, but this is the best constructive criticism I can give you. Are your leaders really going to lead you? Because then, hey, look, if I see it, I'll shut up. I'll apologize. Be like, okay, great. You guys haven't followed through. After Labor Day, then what? Once the National Guard comes here to Chicago, people, then what? People are worried about what's happening in Gaza, then what? And look, here's my criticism for the flotilla. And I'm saying this not to be mean, okay? I'm saying this because I think, yes, attention needs to be brought into Gaza, but that fleet of boats coming in there, most likely that fleet of boats will be boarded by the Israeli Navy, okay? And they're going to, or the Israeli Coast Guard, and it's going to be prevented. But a sense of dread did hit my heart, and I'm not the only one who said it, but Indy from INN News also brought it up too. I want to give respect where respect's due. What happens if they let those boats go through and they make landfall? Okay. Now, again, there are people starving in Gaza. And if you're Israel and you want to have a bad PR thing, or use it that you want to show the activists, create a manufactured scenario where something bad could happen to these people who are trying to give in food. Because again, those boats can only carry so much. What happens if there's landfall? What if things don't go all hunky-dory in their social media posts of giving out food or baby formula? I'm just throwing it out there for worst-case scenarios, man. I fear that this is going to happen. And the quote Bassem Youssef, too, when he's interviewed by Christiane Amanpour, I think on CNN, Israel's going to get away with it. So unless we want to reverse the thing now, we need to revise our strategies on how we actually try and implement change. Because what's working just doesn't work. And if that makes me a heel, I'm sorry. But I know a lot of people are in their guts thinking this. Unless,
I mean, we want the flotilla to be successful.
Yeah, I know. Yes. Right off the bat, I agree.
And of course, anybody who signs up for this, and I admit I admit we've been harsh on Greta before.
Yeah.
Maybe not being fully prepared of how to speak about it when she was, rescued, and talked about this whole smear thing on her, that she didn't really do the greatest job talking about the deliberate lies being told about her refusing. She covered her eyes and refused to watch footage of October 7th. Just say it doesn't exist. You guys are lying. There is no October 7th footage. You guys are making it up. So there's that. But I mean, that's just, we were nitpicking at that. But the point is, if she's willing to go back, we saw what Christian Smalls did. I think that the more you try at some point, and I get your fear here, Kit, that there could be a worst case outcome, but it's the same feelings we have to the journalists that are murdered on live TV, in the Nazar hospital, the last remaining hospital that Israel bombed. As they're being murdered and they're broadcasting it live, it's doing something, and they know what they're signing up for. And I think that's really the courageous part of all of this. None of them are doing something that they don't know what they're signing up for. None of them are doing something that they got tricked into, or it's something that they're taking on this weight of what real heroism is. And this is what heroism looks like. This is what courage looks like. So yes, we want the best. We want people to be watching, and we want them to do better. If they make mistakes along the way, we want them to do better. But that's what I think we're watching. We're having an opportunity.
And here's the thing. I'm seeing somebody in chat said, if they land the flotilla, then countries will step up. I hope that is something that does happen. But we've been asking these countries to step up even before things really got this bad. So we all know what's out there. The imagery is out there. There's no denying it. So look, I'm not trying to be a heel or be negative on purpose. I'm just saying, I think after yesterday covering the Trump resistance in Chicago, something more has to happen now amongst people who want there to be real change. And maybe it's unfair for me to say this, but after doing this for 8 years, I mean, I've seen this before. And it's talk, action, talking about making the actions happen. And then we're waiting, and nothing happens. And then the cycle repeats itself over and over again. And I almost wanted to say to everyone, while I don't know who you are, I've seen you all before in one iteration or another. So let's hope that the flotilla is successful at least. Okay, let's be positive here. Let's hope that more countries see what's going on, and that people can at least stop the madness before it gets out of hand. But we have to be real here too and expect the worst as well. And we could thank our leaders, be they politicians, and yes, even the activists and labor groups, for being mediocre and lack of inspiration, or having the lack of inspiration.
I think this month is going to be something we haven't seen yet, Kit. And I think we're ready. We're ready. I think in our space, we're ready. We're ready to cover it. We're ready to talk about it. We're ready to be loud about it. I know our audiences are ready too. I don't know if the world's ready. Maybe they are. Maybe this is the time. This is the 3-week clock. We'll
find out what happens in Chicago too. Well, here's the thing, because I do want to know if Trump will actually follow through with his promises to the National Guard. To which I will say here on your show as well, Trump. Let's say you and Barron are fans of the homeless left. Maybe they're secret leftists. We don't know it. Go to City Hall. That's where the real criminals are at. Go to City Hall. I would love it if actually that did happen. I mean, I know it won't happen, but if it did happen, oh God, I hope I get like an anonymous text message and be like, hey, Hardlands Media, you want to go to City Hall? You want to see these politicians get arrested? I'm like, all right. If I do, 1 million views right then and there. If that were to happen, I mean, I hope, but I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see what happens in Chicago though. But the resisting Trump, don't be waving that Star Wars flag if you're not prepared to go all the way.
No kings there, Kit. No kings, right?
No kings. But we perfected feudalism in Chicago politics, though.
Yeah, there it is. KIT CABELLO, Hardlands Media, doing the hard stuff on the ground in Chicago. We need you more than ever right now. And thanks for being such a good friend of the show and champion for all of this good stuff, the anti-war movement, the free speech, and just challenging the duopoly, the uniparty all around. You've been doing it for 8 years, like he said, and we're right with you, and very much inspired by the work you've done. We're going to keep doing it with you. So anything else you want to leave us with before I let you go?
I'm very supportive of everybody that's been helping out Hardlands Media, be it subscribing, supporting us on Patreon, helping out our GoFundMe. And that's been such a blessing that people are helping us out with that. Thank you. Any donation does help. We are going to be doing our evening show at 9 p.m. Central this evening. So tune in. If you don't got to get it, if you don't get it, go figure it out. But, there you go. 9 p.m. Central, Night Riding with Kit. And you know what? If the National Guard does come in here to Chicago and I have to do a live stream special, I can promise you this. I know it's last minute, but I'm going to try and build up a panel quickly and be like, hey, look, I need Matt. I need a couple other people to join in. So that would be great. So thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your solidarity and support. And just follow us on all of our social media. And please spread the word about our story because, hey, left hook, right hook. The only way I'm stopping is if I'm 6 feet under.
Awesome. Love it, Kit. All right. We'll see you next time. Thanks. Okay.
Peace.
Bye. KIT CABELLO, Hardlands Media. Always a good conversation. Yeah, I mean, this is what it's about. We have presence around the country and as much around the globe as we can. And it's just to know that we have, us being here in LA, Hardlands Media, Chicago, all of our colleagues around the country, and when we can, we check in around the world too. And we just it does keep us hopeful that we're not just doing this nihilistic news coverage every day, like, oh, everything sucks. No, we do have champions of the same thing that we value here, like we said, like free speech and anti-war, and the labor movement, and fighting the propaganda machine and the Western imperialist machine, Israel, all of these illegal wars and genocides and illegal occupations, all this stuff. We fight it all, and we value the rights of human beings, the rights, not just Americans, the rights of human beings, the right to have clean water and just an opportunity. We talk about the right to pursue happiness, and you can't do those things if you don't have these basic human needs fulfilled. And we all have a right to these things, and especially bodily autonomy and, of course, free speech. And the sharing of information is part of that. So that's what we do here. Thank you guys for all your support throughout. Keep those comments coming. We will get to you guys a little later in the show with some talking back. But for now, I think we're ready for our next segment. And if you're just getting to us now, welcome. If you missed any of the interview or coverage, we did a couple stories with KIT CABELLO, Hardlands Media. You can go back and watch the replay. We never take the shows down off of Rumble. They're all up there, every live show. This is our 133rd episode. Wow, I cannot believe we've done 133 of these things. Coming up, creeping up on 150 here soon. But yeah, we don't take any of them down from Rumble. They're all there, so you can watch them live, raw in their original form, or go to the segments. We always upload the segments at least 6, 7, 8 per episode. We throw up on the channel there too, and as well on our YouTube channel, so you can pinpoint a particular topic that interests you or that you think you could use to engage with people in your circle. That's why we do this, so you guys can also be action oriented. Anybody that you think you can engage with a conversation, bring them into a particular topic, please use our material to do that if you need to. Some they're 5 to 20 minutes. Well, some of them go 30 minutes, 40 minutes, but regardless, whatever the topic, share it out with somebody that you think might need to hear some new information they haven't heard yet, or you just want to check in with them. Start a conversation of your own, because conversations are contagious, and that's good. That's good. So we'll keep doing it here on the Homeless Left. And again, thank you guys all for being on our platforms today. And Rumble rants would be awesome. We always like to put Rumble rants in the front of the line during talking back. So just remember that. Our YouTube channel monetization was paused. No big deal. We're not making a big thing of it. It's not a censorship thing. We just have to work out the business logistics. They make it very complicated at YouTube to do that and check boxes there. So we're working on that. But in the meantime, you can do a Rumble rant, help us out on Rumble, and cut to the front of the line on the Talking Back segment, which is coming up soon. For now, let's get to our next segment. I think it's time for a little we know what it's not, because we got some Operation Warp Speed news, some CDC news, and some completely unrelated died suddenly news as well, as we always like to do in We Know What It's Not. So here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. We don't have any idea what the cause of all these medical problems over the last 3-4 years has been due to. They won't tell us because they don't know. But we assure you, if we just wait, be patient, they're going to come back with an answer. Just stop asking questions. They're going to know. They'll figure it out. They'll tell us why all of these horrible medical emergencies are happening to all of our loved ones and friends and family and colleagues all over the globe. Sit tight. They'll have the answer for you soon. But in the meantime, what they can assure you very accurately, without any hesitation, they can tell you right away that we know what it's not. Big news in the Maha arena last couple days. We're going to start with Trump's tweet on social media, on Truth Social. This is a big one. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not big at all. Either way, people are responding. So we're going to read this. As you know, Trump does like to tweet out spontaneously, sometimes without too much thought. He does tend to ramble, but this one might have had a little more thought put into it. Who knows? But this did go out, and you can't undo it because the internet is forever. Here we go. Trump on his Operation Warp Speed. It is very important that the drug companies justify the success of their various COVID drugs. Many people think they are a miracle that saved millions of lives. Others disagree. With CDC being ripped apart over this question, I want the answer, and I want it now. I've been shown information from Pfizer and others that is extraordinary, but they never seem to show these results to the public. Why not? They go off to the next hunt and let everyone rip themselves apart, including Bobby Kennedy Jr. and CDC, trying to figure out the success or failure of the drug companies' COVID work. They show me great numbers and results, but they don't seem to be showing them to many others. I want them to show them now to CDC and the public and clear up this mess one way or the other. I hope Operation Warp Speed was as brilliant as many say it was. If not, well, we all want to know about it. And why? Thank you for your attention to this very important matter, President Donald J. Trump. Okay, good. Good. He finally is questioning his own Operation Warp Speed. Are we going to let him off the hook? No way. Did it really take till 2025 for him to realize that something needed to be said? To realize that all the stuff he's been shown from the drug companies has been bullshit, and the stuff he's been shown by RFK Jr. and others as far back as 2020, when Dr. Zelenko sat down with him during the beginning of COVID, and he was the first doctor. This is before ivermectin. Well, ivermectin existed, but we didn't know at the time that ivermectin helped prevent and COVID, and was also good for lessening you call it early treatment protocol, which we all know now is a thing. So, is this the first time Trump realizes there's a problem? Or is this the breaking point when he's forced or he's allowed to put this out there? And he's able to cover himself in the verbiage. If you notice the part where he says, everyone says Operation Warspeed. Well, you said it. More people in MAGA didn't say that, actually. They were not happy with that, Mr. President. They weren't happy with that part of your campaign. And they said you were playing 6D chess on this one. Is this the 6D chess move we were waiting for? Where you admit that Pharma had diabolical intentions and you might have been fooled. Were you fooled, or were you bullied and pushed or blackmailed or pressured? Or did you see an opportunity? Because according to Dr. Zelenko, who we know pretty much for a fact, because he passed away, but his brother came on our show and told us right away when actually it was in the beginning of our show when we first started. We had Dr. Zelenko's brother, Frank Zelenko, came on our show and told us the intimate story of when Zelenko, his brother, gave him the treatment called hydroxychloroquine to treat his COVID. And Trump said 100% it worked, 100%. And the Z-Pack, which includes a lot of the stuff you guys have seen in the other treatment protocols from various places, like the FLCCC, Dr. Pierucci. You've seen some of this from McCullough. The wellness company had a little of this. Now, of course, everybody's kind of selling their own version of it. But overall, you had these things that the mainstream and the state was not telling you, which includes, and Pharma wasn't telling you, which includes zinc, vitamin D. You had, B, CBD, basically, all the vitamins. And a bunch of other ones. It was quercetin. That's a big one. But Zelenko called it the Z-Pack. And so Trump talked about this a lot. He talked about the Z-Pack. He talked about hydroxychloroquine. But the key conversation was when he went back to Dr. Zelenko after giving him a thumbs up about that hydroxychloroquine actually worked. It actually worked. Of course, you can't get the emergency authorization if anything works on COVID, because one of the qualifications of getting emergency use is that there has to be no other option. So you have to push that vaccine on people. The only way you can do that is through emergency use, so you don't have to show the paper trail of the trials and you don't need the 10 years, blah, 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 blah. So Trump broke the news to Dr. Zelenko. The news was, on one hand, thank you for bringing this to me. I'm going to tell people about it, but I can't make it my official policy. Why is that? Because if I do, then we can't do Operation Warp Speed. We can't do Operation Warp Speed without an emergency use authorization. Therefore, I won't get the credit for Operation Warp Speed. And he told Zelenko this. So I have to get Operation Warp Speed out. My handlers are telling me that it'll guarantee my reelection in November, which obviously that was a whole nother problem, did not happen. So we know this happened. We know this conversation is accurate. We know that he knew that he was going with his handlers that were wrong, by the way, and he's never corrected for it. In fact, running in this last campaign season in 2024, he doubled down on Operation Warp Speed. He doubled down on a lot of things he shouldn't have, like ventilators. Like, we could have done even more ventilators. He did that right on the stage with Kamala Harris, the one debate they did. Remember when Kamala was switched out, Sleepy Joe was taken out. Kamala came into it, drunken hyena Kamala took his place. They had one debate, and he said on that stage, we needed to do more ventilators. We needed to do more Operation Warp Speed. So fast forward to September, here we are, and he's finally tweeting this out. So there's a lot of people excited about this tweet. They're really, really happy. But why now? What could it be? What could be the reason that Trump is either allowed to or pressured to or given the okay to, or maybe he made a little chess move here because he knew this was the time, or the walls actually caving in around mRNA right now? Is that happening? Are enough studies being done and being exposed about the poisons in this thing? Is that what's happening? Could the reason be this Italian study, this one, which I believe was executed in July, but only started making the rounds only a couple days ago? Could it be this one? COVID-19 vaccination, all-cause mortality and hospitalization for cancer, 30-month cohort study in an Italian province. So this study was government data that was collected from nearly 300,000 Italians, which were tracked for 30 months. And what they came up with was that there was an overall cancer increase of 23%, an overall breast cancer increase 54%, an overall bladder cancer increase of 62%, and an overall cholesterol cancer increase of 35%. All of these went up. The breast cancer was the worst. So that's the overall cancer is the average of all the cancers. The breast cancer one certainly was the worst one. Could this have been it? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it could have been this one. Big Pharma was paid over $1 billion to influence medical research from 2020 to 2022. 58.9% of journal reviewers received pharmaceutical industry payments, revealing massive conflict of interest. Could it have been this? I wonder what the thing was. Well, we're going to look further at what's going on at the CDC right now, because we saw the director switch out, which happened there, and what is actually happening there. And is Trump just responding to that shakeup? But first, I want to give I've seen so many responses to this tweet from Trump, this WarpSpeed acknowledgement that it could have been a con job. Not by him, of course. He's innocent. He was tricked, right? Our president, who's so good at 6D chess, was a victim of trickery because he was susceptible to it, because he's not good at I don't know. Is he good at chess? Is he not? I don't know. But he's saying that he was tricked. I think that's what he's saying in this tweet. I was tricked. Well, this response, I thought, was worthy of some attention. You guys know our history with Dr. Shiva. You know that Dr. Shiva, we've had our issues. We've had our back and forth. He's been on. We've actually had him on the show 4 times. We've had some up and down moments, great discussion sometimes. But at the end of the day, regardless of the stuff we've, butted heads on, he's been in the beginning ahead of everyone as far as the medical freedom movement. Before there was a medical freedom movement, Dr. Shiva was in front of it. So he could tell you from the beginning that this was not going to be a good idea. He could tell you from the beginning that the lockdowns were bullshit and the mandates were bullshit and all of the propaganda was bullshit and all of the divide and conquer and fear baiting people into getting an experimental jab in their arm was all bullshit. He could have told you that. But Shiva likes to give us the historical context. So let's look at his response. And I think this is very interesting and very noteworthy, because we have to, again, we can even, whether you call this a mini win or not, that Trump is revealing that there is cracks in the dam regardless, but he is taking a scapegoat route, and he's saying, I was tricked. And that's what Dr. Shiva points out. So let's look at his response here. Dr. Shiva says, the U.S. president serves the swarm, not we the people. Trump led Operation Warspeed. So Big Pharma, his family, Kushner, et al. Made billions. And that's what we're talking about. This is what he told Dr. Zelenko. He told him, I can't do your hydroxychloroquine because we got to make some money and we got to keep power. That's what he told him. So now, to absolve Trump, as he may not have been He may have been the victim of bad data. It's a very old time-tested manipulation to ensure presidents get to do evil and have their cake too. Look at the table below. Don't be a dumbass. All theater. Dr. Shiva. There you go with the dumbass. Actually, I appreciate he didn't actually swear so much in this. There's a very well stated. Let's look at the chart that Dr. Shiva provides. This is a very interesting chart, and it caught our eye, and I thought you guys would be interested in this. Again, historical context is important. Let's look at this. This is an analysis of the long history of how presidents do the bidding of the swarm, causing death and destruction, and later lie to have their sins absolved by saying it was not my fault. I was given bad data. Let's go back to Johnson, the Vietnam War, the escalation of the war, which we know he did. As soon as Kennedy was out of the picture, Johnson pushed the Vietnam War. His entire after he took over the term of Kennedy, he ran again and did 4 more years after that. And what he says here, he says the generals, the figures at the Pentagon required the escalation. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. So the cake and eat it too move is that he distanced himself from warmongering while presenting as the strong leader taking action. So it's words. He's saying, distance myself. But he's still, but look at the policy. He escalated the Vietnam War, period. There's no question about it. That's what he did. Look at Nixon. The issue with Nixon was wage and price controls. And he says, the excuse, the numbers of an inflation forced my hand. And he claimed to oppose big government controls, yet expanded them dramatically. So what you say to the public contradicts what you do in policy. Very interesting to look at. Look at Ronald Reagan. The tax cuts and deficit. This is the Reaganomics, the top-down system of politician, of the economy being run with top-down. It's like kind of pissing, the CEO's pissing on its employees. We know the drill. Reaganomics. He says in the excuse that economic projections show revenues will rise. Really? So the predictors tell you, don't worry, it's all going to work out. And then he took credit for tax cuts while blaming change data for rising deficits. Oh, it wasn't my fault. It was the data. It changed on me. We couldn't see it in advance, even though everybody was shouting at you. That's not trickle-down economics isn't actually going to work. And it didn't. But it wasn't his fault, of course. Bill Clinton, welfare reform. The federal data shows the system is broken. But then he appealed to conservatives by reforming welfare, but to liberals by saying he'd protect families. And that's how you play both sides. But they always said, Bill Clinton reached across the aisle. No, he didn't. He did all of his policy. He ran on left-wing policy, and he governed on right-wing policy, which included war escalation. The list is so long. The crime bill, the media company consolidation bill, NATO, NAFTA. I mean, the list is so long what Dick Clinton did. And he was able to play both sides in his excuse and have the cake and eat it move to. And there's still people today who say Bill Clinton was a master at reaching across the aisle. One big lesson we've learned over our lifetimes is that reaching across the aisle is really, really bad. It means that they're up to something. It means when you're able to pass war policy instantaneously, COVID policy instantaneously, it's bad. It doesn't mean you're good at reaching across the aisle. It means that you're good at leading a charge where the uniparty comes into play and there is no red and blue. There is no actual battle. They're all on the same side and they just do it. And they pretend that they're, we're just negotiating with the other side. Oh, no, you're not. You all want the same crap. You all want to protect the upper class and say F you to the American people. George W., Iraq War. This is a good one. CIA intelligence data said Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. And we're gonna smoke them out of their caves. We're gonna smoke them out. And then he claimed that he didn't invent the case, but still took credit for decisive wartime leadership. So he still got to say I was a decisive president, even though everything was a lie. Assuming that it was true, I did really good, guys. I did really good at acting on lies. So pretend that the lies were true. I would have been really good at that, right, everyone? I was kind of good, right? Let's just pretend everything was true, then yeah, I acted really decisively and like really like a leader, right, guys? Even though it was all lies. So that was his little thing. Obama, of course, the Affordable Care Act. This was the biggest joke, the biggest theater piece, pretending to be a left-driven policy of healthcare. It was really a Mitt Romney policy, Republican policy from Michigan. If you guys don't know that, that's what that was. It wasn't a Democratic policy. It didn't give you single payer option. And he frames himself as both a progressive and fiscally conservative. Yes, playing both sides. Very good. Good job, Obama. Good job. And of course, Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal, complete disaster. The Pentagon readiness data showed withdrawal was necessary, but then he claimed inevitability, but also bravery. So he gets to be the hero and say he had no choice. So doing something he's forced to do, but also that he led. Interesting spin. And now we have Operation Warp Speed. And this is probably the worst one. I have to say, I like that Shiva gives us the historical context, but at the end of the day, I actually think putting this one up, I would say before Trump, I think George Bush is the worst one there. Bill Clinton, those are the worst ones, those two. But what I'm looking at here on Trump on this list, it's probably the worst thing you can imagine because it affected so many people here. Well, they all did. They all affected people here economically, but this is also like your health. Well, I guess they're all pretty bad. But this one, to be able to say we're pushing warp speed and lie about the vaccine trial data, which he knows are lies and is telling us now that they're lies, but he's claiming to be a victim of those lies himself, claiming to just follow the science. But he's also wants credit for pushing this thing, which was a total lie. And he's saying, literally on this tweet today, he's saying that Pharma withholds information, lies, doesn't share data, goes on to the next thing, manipulates, deceives. But then he also says Operation Warp Speed under those circumstances. This is like George W. Bush. Under the circumstances of let's pretend it was true, I did a really good job. And that's just sociopathic, like narcissism. That's what that is. Do you guys understand that? Are you guys seeing this? Do you guys understand that when you say, look, yeah, it was probably a lie. Iraq war, probably a lie. No, it is a lie. Operation Warp Speed, the mRNA vaccine, no trial data, hiding bad results, hiding everything, lying, deceiving, bait and switching. Probably a bad idea. No, it was. Probably a lie. No, it was a lie. So just like the Iraq war with Bush, I would say Trump wanting credit for, imagine if it was true, then I would have been an exceptional leader, right? So I want credit for the alternate dimension that we don't live in, where Pharma was telling the truth to us. Then I would be considered a master hero because I did everything right if it was all true, but it was lies. That's having it both ways. As Dr. Shiva puts it, that's having your cake and eating it too. Textbook example. That's Trump. That's Bush with the Iraq war. That is also Reagan with the trickle down. That's also Clinton. So everybody on there wants it both ways. Admitting a lie, but saying, but if the lie were true, I did a really damn good job. Okay. So your head does belong on the list there with all of our horrible presidents. And I'm not going to make the mistake like a lot of our lefty liberal friends do. They like to say Trump is the worst of all. No, he's just showing that he is just like all the rest, just like all the rest. What is worst of all is the technology that we have access to now. The technology which Trump is signing us up for, Palantir, that Larry Ellison, mRNA cancer star crap, multi-billion-dollar deal with him. These technologies are the worst we've ever had. We've never seen anything like this with the AI, with the surveillance state, the security state, which George W. Bush brought on. Barack Obama championed it to another level. The drone stuff, killing people with drones, no due process, no accountability. So the escalation of the security state, the surveillance state, putting everyone on digital IDs, censorship times 1,000 what we've ever seen. Israel first. These things are possible because of the technology. But technology aside, he goes on the list of every other president. He's doing exactly what the deep state, whatever you want to call it, powers that be, donor class, top of the top, doing exactly what they want. He's doing the bidding for them. Exactly. No different than any of the rest of them. But the technology is the scary part. That's the part we've never lived through in any generation. We don't know how bad it's going to get. We don't know. But no, he's not uniquely bad. Let's just be very clear. He's not uniquely bad. But the technology he has access to is pretty bad. Okay, let's get into the CDC part of the story, because this is just as important. Of course, New York Times reports, they always do a shitty job with this. We ran the CDC. Kennedy is endangering every American's health. So they're keeping this horrible narrative going that any shakeup that Kennedy does is, by their definition, is bad, because we need the CDC. The CDC is our friend. They helped us through COVID, which we know they didn't. That's how the New York Times and any of these liberal papers claim. That's just how they do the storytelling, but it's not. None of that is real. That's why you guys have to come to our show to find out what's really happening. This is and this is more scare tactics. This is Dr. Dimitri Delaskilis going on ABC this week and getting the audience on ABC to be very afraid of what's happening with Kennedy. And what we do know is that there has been this change up of the director of the CDC, and we'll get to that in a second. But let's do a little bit more of this is the fear campaign making the rounds right now about any shakeup that Kennedy's doing, which we're saying might not be a shakeup at all, might just look like one. But let's look. This is the total BS we're getting from ABC right now.
I mean, from my vantage point as a doctor who's taken the Hippocratic Oath, I only see harm coming. I may be wrong, but based on what I'm seeing, based on what I've heard with the new members of the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, or ACIP, they're really moving in an ideologic direction where they want to see the undoing of vaccination. They do want to see the undoing of mRNA vaccination. They have a very specific target on COVID, but I do fear that they have other things that they are going to be working on. Hepatitis B vaccine is on the agenda for the meeting in September. I predict that what they're going to do is try to change the birth dose of hepatitis B vaccine so that kids don't get it when they're born. So if you have a mother who is well connected to care, you know her hepatitis B status, that may not matter very much. But if you have a mother who's not gone to prenatal care, who comes in to deliver, we have one bite at that apple so that child gets that important hepatitis B vaccine. I mean, from my vantage,
it's insane that they're using that information as the fear tactic. We would love that the hepatitis B get taken off the schedule. That would be awesome. And he's saying that's what we should be afraid of? A sexual transmitted disease vaccine for a newborn. How important that is? We're afraid it's going to be gone. I don't think that is going to actually be a thing. I don't actually think that. Again, these are scare tactics. But what is really happening is this. There was a switch out of the CDC director. And we know that the one that we were worried about, and this is Whitney Webb. I'm going to do this. This is Whitney Webb telling us just before the shakeup about the current director who has now been fired. Her name is Susan Maneres. Susan Maneres. We cover her on our show, but let's look at and it's funny because Whitney Webb puts this out just days before she gets fired. But just a reminder, this is the person who got switched out. And this post is from Whitney from August 18th. And she says, a closer look at the CDC director's history and connections reveal that her government career is closely linked to the intersections of rebranded eugenics, the militarization of healthcare, and the expansion of the biosurveillance state. So this is why we felt it was a bait and switch when Trump did assign her, because there was another person who was more about really about the medical freedom movement that was supposed to be the director, and there was a swap out at the last moment, and she was put in. And then days after Whitney Webb gives us this reminder, what happened? Well, she was fired, and now there's a temporary, according to Newsweek, Jim O'Neill is currently the deputy secretary of HHS, and he's going to reportedly step in after former CDC director Susan Morandez is ousted. So who is this guy? What is going on here? Is this an improvement? Is this an improvement? Well, we're going to have to look closer at Jim O'Neill. I think our friend over at The Last American Vagabond checked out Jim O'Neill, did a little background on him. We're going to do a little more on this story because we're running short on time today on this, but this is ongoing this week. We're going to have Jay Scott back on Thursday, and we're going to discuss more about what's going on here with this shakeup. But one thing is for sure, we can at least show you this right now. This is from Jeffrey A. Tucker. There's one trigger for the upheaval at the CDC, and it's all because ACIP committee demanded to look into the subjects in the attacks. That's what caused the blow up and why they got rid of Susan. So even though she was somebody connected with the technocracy digital surveillance state, there might have been questions they didn't want to have asked. So we had to make a swap out. And it caused a blow up. This is why the fake scientists resigned, and why they're going around doing the rounds, telling us how horrible Kennedy is and how horrible these new people he's bringing in are, which is insane because Kennedy's barely getting anything done at all. Why are the mRNA vaccines still on the shelf? That's the $1 billion question. Why are they still on the shelf? And why does the New York Times and Newsweek and all the other publications and the ABCs and the CBSs, why do they continue to peddle this garbage that Kennedy's shakeup is actually shaking stuff up? And they're afraid when we want the shakeup. So what is this switch out happening? Well, let's look. So this is Epcot Times put this out. We'll just look at the bullet points 10, 11, 12, 13. It looks like that the questions on the table to analyze existing data and scientific knowledge regarding cardiovascular, thrombotic, neurological, immunological, and other serious adverse events potentially caused by COVID-19 immunization vaccine. So they want to analyze this data. Number 11, they want to review and summarize available data, information, and gaps regarding long-term COVID effects. So they want to look at long-term data and the literature and the clinical experiences associated with the vaccine and infection to inform policy recommendations. They want to map, number 12, existing COVID-19 vaccine policies in countries around the world and compare. Oh, that's a good one. We haven't seen any of that. Are they going to be able to do it now? Or were they asked to leave because they wanted to do these things? And there's nothing actually going to get done. So, number 13, analyze existing data and scientific knowledge related to the safety of the vax during pregnancy. And we showed you guys the pregnancy study from last week. That the pregnancy study that came out of the Czech Republic, I believe. Horrible, horrible information there. You guys can go back and watch that segment from last week. Czech Republic study. Jay Scott brought it to our attention. Horrible data on pregnancy if you were vaxxed and you tried to have kids during these last 3, 4, 5 years. Horrible. So these 4 things obviously should be in discussion. Why are they not in discussion? Why are the mainstream acting like we shouldn't be having these discussions? And why? So did the fake scientists, this as according to Jeffrey Tucker, did they resign? Were they pushed out? And the director flipped out and got fired because she didn't want the resignations, and she got fired. We're still looking into it. Again, we're going to cover this more intently on Thursday's show, but there definitely seems to be a massive shakeup at the CDC, and you're not going to get the story from the New York Times of what actually is happening. We're looking into this. We have not had good feelings about really any of the people that RFK Jr. has put in charge. They all seem to have a bad paper trail of compromise. And we know this because if they didn't have any compromise, we would not, the mRNA would have been pulled by now. It'd be gone, done. Doesn't take 4 years to do that. Okay? Doesn't take 4 years to do that. So they're playing games with us, giving us these little mini wins. Meanwhile, the mainstream keeps telling us, be very afraid of Kennedy. Be very afraid of anyone getting fired. CDC's our friend. They were with us the entire way through COVID. Blah, blah, blah. Keeping everybody in their little camps, everybody confused. Nobody knows what's really going on. But again, that's why you guys watch our show, because we like to look into things. And these are ongoing discussions. So we'll continue to look into that, what's actually happening to the CDC. Meanwhile, you can still get your mRNA today. It's still on the recommendations, the FDA recommendations, HHS. There's certain situations where they won't recommend it, but you can still request it if you want to. Talk to your doctor. Talk to your doctor if COVID vaccine is right for you. Okay, it's ending this segment here. You guys know we like to give you a completely unrelated update on medical emergencies, medical occurrences, bad situations that have gone down in the last week. Again, nothing to do with any of this action happening in the Maha movement because, hey, you know what? Things happen and doctors are looking into it. So we'll just do a few of these for you guys today. We have content creator Natasha Allen, documented her stage 4 cancer journey, dies at 28. She's been suffering from cancer these last 4 or 5 years. Died suddenly worldwide, puts out social media personality Natasha Allen. She documented her 5-year battle with cancer on Instagram and TikTok. She died at 28. She was diagnosed with synovial sarcoma in 2020 and shared candid updates with her followers throughout her journey. Age 28, date of death, August 22nd, and cause of death was cancer. Don't really want to know her vax status, not really a concern. We don't really care about that because it's unrelated, but more importantly, it's your own private personal business, not your problem, not your business. Do not ask that question. How dare you? How dare you let the family mourn and grieve? Do not ask about that. Of course, if you wanted to participate in society throughout 2021, 2022, 2023, you had to show your medical history, your private medical information to random strangers to get into a restaurant or into a grocery store. You had to do that. So pick and choose when it's private, when it's not, but certainly do not ask about Natasha Allen's vax status. It is private. Okay, from Deadline, Veronica Echuji, God, I cannot pronounce it, dies. She's a Spanish star of Fortitude and Apple TV Plus series Love You to Death. Ooh, unfortunate title of that second one. She was 42. Veronica, the Spanish actress who starred in both of these series, also Netflix's Intimacy, has died at 42. Antonio Banderas, Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez were among those who paid tribute, who died on Sunday after being diagnosed with cancer. So it's one of those cancer diagnoses. Again, nothing related to anything that we were talking about earlier as far as that cancer study that just came out in Italy. Interesting, an Italy study with the 300,000 people the increase in cancer. Breast cancer was one of the worst ones. The increase in cancer in people that were vaxxed. Now, was she vaxxed or not? Who knows? But we do know that it was a requirement for artists, anybody on a TV set. So if you were acting on a Netflix set or an Apple TV set, you were certainly required to get the jab. But do not ask if she had it or not. We're just not going there. Not really appropriate right now. Let the family grieve. Oh boy, Rock of Love star Kelsey Bateman dead at 39. Now this one, here's a little lesson. I wanted you guys to see this one because this is a technique you see a lot. I remember this technique they did with Priscilla Presley's death. Very, very manipulative and very victim shaming. You want to see it? A little subtle here, but it's here. Victim shaming, very manipulative. So Kelsey Bateman, contestant on Bret Michaels' reality show Rock of Love, has died, according to TMZ. And she was on that show several years ago, actually. When that show was a thing, I guess. Rock of Love was a thing, like years ago. Family source tells us that Kelsey passed away unexpectedly recently. Though it's unclear at the time exactly what caused her untimely death, we've reached out to local authorities for more information. Here we go. You guys ready for the smear? Here comes the victim smearing campaign, right on schedule. Bateman showed up to the elimination drunk with several other contestants, telling the cameras she laid on a speed bump and broke down in tears because of the pressures of the show before showing up for the elimination. Bret said he felt Kelsey's actions showed she simply wasn't making smart decisions for herself before sending her back to Salt Lake City, Utah. Again, years ago, TMZ felt the need to let the viewers, the readers know that she had an alcohol issue on set. So, and then, of course, Bret Michaels saying that her actions were not smart decisions. Now, a smart journalist would maybe tie this back and say, smart decision, huh? Like when we all had a choice to be a guinea pig in an experimental medicine procedure. I wonder if that was also considered a smart or not so smart decision. But no one's going to make that correlation. But they just wanted you to know she had a drinking problem. So who knows? Her unexpected death, we don't know. It's very unclear. But again, doctors are looking into it. And they'll be back soon. So be patient. They're going to tell you what it was. But one thing they know for sure is that they know what it's not. And that we can tell you with absolute certainty. Oh, here we go. Kate Wharton's cause of death revealed. Here's an interesting one. This one gets pretty bad. This is where our media has come to. Okay. So the death, it was November 21st. I'll tell you what happened. She's a New Zealand rugby player, Kathleen Cass, so that's her nickname, Kath Wharton. Her cause of death has finally been revealed 9 months after she was found in an unresponsive in a McDonald's parking lot. So this is what we're talking about. Doctors are baffled. They need to look into it. They needed to look into, and they took 9 months, and they finally came back with an answer. So what did they come up with? Drum roll, please. Wharton died at 41 years old from a sudden cardiac arrest while she was taking a nap in an Auckland, New Zealand McDonald's parking lot after a long-haul flight from a rugby tournament in Japan. Well, you haven't told us anything yet. So what's the thing? So she had a sudden cardiac arrest, a heart attack. A rugby player, perfectly fit, perfectly athletic, dies randomly in a parking lot of a McDonald's while she was taking a nap. A healthy athlete. 41. What was the findings? What took 9 months to tell us? Let's see. Well, this last Saturday, a week ago on the 23rd, here's what they came up with. The associate coroner found that Wharton had COVID-19 at the time of her death. There it is. The virus, along with the effects of a long flight and jet lag, was deemed a possible contributing factor in the athlete's death. Well, there it is. It must have been COVID. Chalk it up to another COVID death. That makes sense. You got jet lag, long flight, a flu. That generally causes a heart attack, right? So the doctor, Keisha, who conducted the postmortem, stated that COVID-19 can potentially unmask an existing cardiac problem. Can a COVID-19 vaccine do that? No, don't say that. That's not. No. But we know that COVID-19, the flu of all flus, the flu in which the number one symptom was no symptoms, she probably didn't know she had it. Probably didn't know, because that's the number one symptom. You guys remember? The number one symptom of COVID is no symptoms. So she was clearly a victim of the worst flu imaginable, where she didn't know she had it. But as the Dr. Keisha tells us, that COVID-19, what it does is it unmasks existing problems. So that must have been it. Very healthy 41-year-old rugby player is dead, and they needed 9 months to tell us that she had the flu. There you go. There you go. The techniques we show you on the show. We want you to know these techniques: the gaslighting, the delaying, the stalling, the victim shaming, talking about past situations of drinking too much alcohol, painting a bad picture of the person, or in this case, if you're an athlete, hard to paint a bad picture of a healthy athlete. Make sure it's COVID in the system. Just that's got to be it, and move on. And by the way, cancer, people just get cancer rapidly now and they die. They document young people. Young people get cancer and they document their journeys online, and then they die. And that's the world we live in now. But make no mistake, doctors are still baffled. They are looking into it. They'll get back to us with an answer soon. Hopefully, at least, it won't be 9 months, probably 9 months or longer, depending on the situation they're trying to spin. But make no mistake, while we're all waiting for the results, do not ask questions that are private. Don't ask about people's medical backgrounds. Not important. Let people grieve. But in the meantime, what we can tell you with 100% accurately, that we know, without a doubt, we know what it's not. Okay. All right, guys. I think we might be ready for some talking back right now. Yes. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. I think we might be good for that right now. Okay. If you guys are just joining us, this is cool. You actually have a chance to engage with us on the show. If you guys want to ask us any questions, if you missed anything, I can give you guys a summary of what you missed and answer some questions. I wish we could share more during the show, but I'm running the tech myself today, so you have to excuse me. We're gonna get better at that, having you guys, some of your questions go up live as they're being written. But for now, at least, this is why we do this segment called Talking Back, because we want to give you guys all a chance, best we can, to have a back and forth and engagement with you, because this is interactive. This is not just about us yapping all day and you listening. This is about a conversation. That's what we're doing here. So without further ado, and for those who are just discovering this channel, welcome. And you can put all your, if you guys want to chime in, this is where you go. We're doing Talking Back with Matt today. You can go to the Homeless Left on Rumble or X. Your comments will come right up on our feed and we can get them right out to you. THL Presents on YouTube. And I even have my little Facebook page going for those of you in LA that are on my personal Matt Weinglass. You can just go to Matt Weinglass on Facebook and your comments will come up as well. And we will get to as many as we can. So let's go ahead. Without further ado, we'll do some talking back. Here we go. All right. It's Talking Back with Matt today. Let's see. Today has been Pretty wild show so far. We had KIT CABELLO, Hardlens Media, talking to us about censorship, hitting the home front, the hometown, basically, hometown Chicago, hitting his channel. And we're looking at how the escalation of ADL and Israel censorship, the control over Congress, Trump admitting to that. Israel's had control for several years. He uses the number 15 randomly. Maybe that's as far as back as he's been paying attention, but we know Israel's had control over our Congress, therefore our media, therefore our entire system, basically, for years and years and years. And I'd say back to Kennedy, when Kennedy first said, said to the American Zionist group, which is now called AIPAC, he told them, you got to register as a foreign lobbyist. He told Israel, you got to register. You can't have nuclear weapons. You can't do it. And we need to see the paper trail of your money, because that's what we do to foreign companies that come in as lobbyist groups and want to lobby our senators, our congressmen, our political leaders. You have to show us a paper trail. That's what foreign lobbyists have to do. They're required to do. And Israel, you're not allowed to have nuclear weapons. You're too new of a country. It's not right. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Oopsie, Kennedy's murdered. We have no idea how he got murdered. Nobody knows, really. But guess what? American Zionists changed their name to AIPAC. Decades and decades later, guess what? They still aren't registered as a foreign lobbyist group. And guess what? Israel has nuclear weapons. You know who doesn't have them? You know who's not allowed to have them? No other country in the Middle East is allowed to have nuclear weapons. That's just the way we do things. Kennedy warned us. There's been no president since Kennedy who stood up to this. So Trump called this out. Great. Good for him. Said, 15 years Israel's controlled our Congress. Not so much today. That's how he ended it. Not so much today. So that's out there. Trump's also made excuses for Operation Warspeed. Said he might have been tricked into that one. That's another thing we're looking at. Why is he willing to admit that now? And what else do we talk about today? Besides the censorship? The real fake news. We know that MSNBC and others are starting to get a little bit honest about what's really going on in Gaza. So those are our topics so far. Let's see what you guys had to say on our various channels. I want to make sure if we don't have any Rumble rants yet, if you guys do have a Rumble rant you want to throw up, you will cut to the front of the line. That's how we do it on Rumble. Cut to the front of the line. Okay. In the meantime, let's get some of these going here. All right. We got a bunch here. Let's see. Okay. Zootzilla on YouTube. We're going live. Hey, y'all. And of course, the Free Palestine from the Israeli terrorists and the Caucasian. Never forget Free Palestine. Very good. Thank you, Zootzilla. And thanks for the personal shout out. Yo, Maddie, be brave. Don't hold back. We never hold back here on the show. Zootzilla, we never hold back. We belt it out like Cenk Uygur style. No, I don't like to go as far. He kind of sweats when he does it. But no, we try to be presentable. But no, it's okay to be emotional. It's okay to be loud, and we got to be loud when we got to be loud. So there you go. And then this follow-up from Zootzilla. Rather than being anti-West, we need to be anti-imperialist and call everyone out for the same crimes like countries who are trading with Israel, which is exactly what the protest is about, Zootzilla. And that's what it's about when you're protesting. You have to show demands. What are your demands? One of the biggest demands in the pro-Palestinian movement for the last 2 years has been divesting. You must divest. That's been the demand to the colleges, to all these companies trading with Israel. Divest. That is our demand. That's one of like 4 or 5 demands they've had. So it's very clear. Very nice to have that. Hey, Sherry Wise. Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in on our YouTube channel. Jungle Jer, thank you for tuning in on Rumble. Non-tribal means you care not about winning, but rather about doing what's right. Love that comment. Thank you, Jungle Jer. And how refreshing is it to take off that weight? It's such a weight on your shoulder, right? A weight when you have to carry around the burden of representing a team, a club, a tribe, a cult, whatever you want to call it. It's a lot to maneuver. I mean, it's a hard job. And we see people get word salad all the time trying to defend, right? When we see Bernie and AOC try to do it, they try so hard. Bernie tries so hard to be like, we're taking on the oligarchy, but Hamas. It's hard. The oligarchy includes the Democratic Party, by the way, Bernie. But Trump is the greatest threat in the history of our country. But Democrats are bad too, but not as bad. It's hard, right? It's hard to pretend to be against a system, but then protect a particular part of that system. Very difficult. We don't have that problem here. We're not protecting anything. We're not about winning, as Jungle Jer says. We're about doing what's right for humanity. That's it. That's it. Oh, don't worry about it, all sentient beings. That's me in late a little. No, don't cry either. You're good. You're good. I know you're a medical worker. And I love that you do what you do. So thank you for being here, all sentient beings. We have a quote from Wishigo. Thanks for tuning in again. Wishigo. Law is a bunch of words written on paper by people who are generally considered to be liars and thieves. So let's try to figure out what's right rather than what's legal. And that's a great, you know what? There's no better example of that, Wishigo, than the Trump trials that took place in Biden's administration. It's called running a banana republic, when you go after your political adversaries and you do it specifically using resources that are available to you as president of a country, as the leader of a country. You have access to the judicial system and you can use it against your opponent. That's not cool. That's not cool. Anybody going around pretending that the law was accurately followed during those procedures is just living in a dream state. It's not real. The system itself is corrupted. It's not to say Trump is innocent of anything. It's to say that in those entire procedures were all theater. This is not real. So let's not do, as Wishigo says, let's try to figure out what's right rather than what's legal. Great advice. Thank you so much. Oh, and we have Pamela Drew on Rumble. Thanks for tuning in. Love this, Zutzilla. Hamas cameras made in Palestine. Free Palestine. Yes. Well, we know if it was made in Palestine, it's a Palestine camera. But I think this particular one, Zutzilla, that they're referring to was actually a Reuters camera. Isn't that interesting? Regardless, there's no such thing as a Hamas camera. And that's what the lie Israel put out. And good for Chris Hayes for having the discussion about this. We're not used to that at all. We're not used to that at all. Let's see. I got to skip ahead a little. Wish to go. Aaron Bushnell will never be forgotten. Free Palestine. Thank you for that. Very important. Let's see. Leslie's been in. Thank you, Leslie. We hope to have her back on Thursday. We'll see. We'll see. We just got done with a birthday with her. So she's had a great birthday weekend, at Labor Day yesterday. So very cool. Saying hi to everyone. Thanks for that. Damn. Wish to go. Responding to Leslie, you're good, but you wish you could say the same about your country. More pathetic terrorist arrests today. I went to 3 demos last week. So this is the thing. This is what our opening is about. We're calling this episode, We're All Expendable. Don't think for a second what's going on in Europe, in the UK, or as we talk about in Palestine every day, the laws that are being changed, manipulated, added to, pre-crime division, showing up at your door, arresting you for something you might do in the future. Don't think for a second that's not coming home. Anything that happens over there is happening here next. That's the key. We have to know that every time something is reported. And I'm sorry to hear that this is happening right now, Wish to go. But do not consider it. Make no mistake, this is not something happening somewhere else. It doesn't affect you here in the States. It affects us certainly 100%. Everything's a trial ground. Everything's a testing ground, a litmus test. Whatever you can get away with, whatever the U.S. government can get away with, funding in another country, we can do it here too. Whatever the imperialist machine can do to another people, that's not the color of your skin, you can do to them. Those people, you can do it to us. That's how it works. So make no mistake about that. We are all expendable. You think that we get some special extra bonus protection because we're U.S. citizens or we're American or no. It might seem that way, but we're just as expendable as anyone else. Make no mistake about it. Okay. Let's see here. We got, oh yeah, Ed Rams, thanks for tuning in. We got you. Yeah, Matt, Kit, happy birthday, Les, for sure, for sure. Thank you so much. Let's see. We have Craig William on YouTube. Hey, what I heard was as long as the house of Saud and the King Abdullah of Jordan is still reigning, they got all the time in the world. Oh, okay. I think this is in reference to the clock. We were talking about the clock ticking down in Gaza. No, I think the clock is ticking. Nothing is sustainable from Israel. So they've been able to carry this out, but certainly at some point they know they can't do this forever. They have to speed it up. And I trust that the video we saw of Lieutenant, it was Colonel Lieutenant Aguilar telling us that they're speeding up a mission that was supposed to be starting next month. They're doing it now. And that's the key, is they're escalating quickly. Maybe because they think that their time is running out and they have to get the job done. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's see what else we got here. Yes, Sherry, it's all too disgusting and deeply sad. And Zutzilla, yes, thank you, Yemen, for standing up for humanity. Oh. Okay. We have a few more here. Let's see. I'm missing some of them on here. That's okay. We got some more. Okay. Oh, St. David's. May God bless Palestine, Yemen, and their people, the strongest people in the world. Thank you for that. And what else? What else? Oh, Sherry, about Kit. Okay, Kit's point is valid. We're dealing with serious monsters and we need to take this shit seriously. And I think that's in reference to talking about the flotilla, which is going to make the third one they're putting out there. I guess Greta's going to be on it again, and they needed to turn around for weather, but he's worried that when they go again, they might actually make it there, and it could be pretty disastrous for them on there. If they actually make it, we are dealing with a serious monster, and we should be nervous for them, but also understand that this does take a certain amount of heroism and courage to do what they're doing. And again, I admit we were definitely critical of Greta the first time. We didn't think she was fully prepared. She wasn't fully prepared to articulate the pushback she needed to do once they started smearing her. I think she'll be much more equipped this time. I think Christian Smalls did an excellent job, and the bravery and the composure he had. There's a great interview he had. I think, where was it? There's an interview of, we are trying to get Chris Smalls on the show. We want to talk to him. I've met him at an event, union movie he worked on. He was here in Santa Monica a few months ago. We're trying to coordinate with him, but he's a master communicator. I hope Greta can become as good as Christian Smalls at communicating. But regardless of communication, this is a heroic feat. And we do understand the level of monstrousness that they're all dealing with when they venture out to do these missions. So send good thoughts, whatever you can. If praise or what you do, praying is what you do it. Send positive thoughts. We're sending positive thoughts to Greta and this team that's going to be leaving again shortly from what we're hearing. We'll keep an eye on it. And Rams, free Palestine. Oh, thanks, St. Davis. You're doing God's work as well. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, Ed Rams, we protest in California all the time. I feel powerless too, but hey, it's the best I can do at this time. No to ICE and free Palestine. yeah, it's too bad that, you know, being here in California, Rems, it's too bad that there aren't more people with no to ICE signs and free Palestine signs. When we see the no ICE, we generally see it attributed to Trump and his racism, not to Palantir. A lot of people don't even know what Palantir is. Most people in California don't know what Palantir is. They have no idea. They're showing up to these protests. They have no idea what Palantir is. And you don't see free Palestine signs unless you're at a very specific free Palestine rally. You don't see them at these other ones. The KIT was mentioning the no king stuff. Those are frustrating. I feel like a lot of those people don't know what's actually going on and they're being told what to direct their anger at, and they think it's stop Hitler. They think that's the real message, and then there's not really an action plan. And like we tell you guys about protesting, free Palestine protest is a accurate one. They know how to. It's a very accurate one in the sense that they have very specific demands. When you go to a no kings protest, there's not really demands. They don't really have demands. And I've asked people. I went out for RT and asked people in downtown LA direct questions that RT wanted me to ask. I go, ask them what their demands are. And I told, I don't think they're going to have an answer. And they didn't. They were actually pretty, one group. I remember interviewing this couple downtown LA during No Kings. And I asked them, I go, look, I'm asking you questions on behalf of RT, and people around the world want to know, what are your demands? And they look back at me and go, we don't need demands. Isn't just being here enough? Okay. If it makes you feel good, great. Do you have an action plan? This is the conversation I was having with KIT earlier. What is the plan? What are you're going to go home, feel successful, wake up tomorrow. What are you going to do tomorrow? Go back to work? What was accomplished? Did you feel good? Yes. Is that the only thing that might have been accomplished? Okay. So it was about you then. The whole time it was about you feeling like you were doing something, but you didn't have a demand. You can't articulate what the demand is. Get Trump out. Okay. Get Trump out. Then what? JD Vance, President Vance, technocratic ruler, bringing on the digital IDs. That was the plan? Oh, because Trump's extra racist. That's why. JD Vance doesn't have exactly the same plan of imperialism, of Gaza reconstruction, land theft, resource stealing, censorship, taking away due process. JD Vance, well, he's not as racist, right? So that'll feel better, won't it? Just as long as you get that racist Nazi out. If that's the plan, okay. Good luck. Trump's going to be out at some point anyways. So what is the plan moving forward? Are you working on a plan for the next round? Oh, you have one? Oh, Gavin Newsom, there's your guy. Patrick Bateman in the flesh. Great plan. Great plan. Go Hardlands Media. Hell yeah. Do a few more. I love this. Weinglass, Cabello, you two kick ass together. And you got the thank you, Farhaz Haj. The Weinglass is spelled literally here, but as you can see, I got the E-I-N-G in the name, but I love it anyways. Thank you so much. Let's see what else. Yes, Leslie, we welcome Rumble Rants. Anything helps. Yes, the Rumble Rants will be cut to the front of the line. We're going to do a few more. So if you guys got any Rumble Rants, please let us know and we'll throw you right up there. I'm just going to do a couple more here, and anything else we're just going to throw up at the end. But we have two more segments for you guys, so don't go anywhere. Two more segments. I love this one, Craig William. This is great. Sanders Graham finally have found a place of allegiance. They've had this place. We've seen this. This is hilarious. The Bernie Sanders and the Lindsey Graham. They love the Ukraine proxy war. They love sticking it to Putin. They love the Ukrainian flag in their social media. They love it. And I think they both love condemning Hamas. Do you condemn Hamas? Yeah, they got a lot in common. And we saw during the end of the campaign season, who else did Sanders cozy up to? None other than Dick Cheney. That's right, Dick Darth Vader Cheney himself. Sanders says, we agree on one. We don't agree on much, but we do agree on one thing. We got to stop Trump. In any way imaginable, we got to stop him. However we can. We reach across the aisle. Those are the words. Reach across the aisle. Just watch out for that shit. That is it. Love this one, Craig. This one's also very cool. If it wasn't for me, Donaldo de Trumpo. If it wasn't for me, they all got that sociopathic narcissism. All of them. They all do. Thanks, Eva Burke. Thanks for that valuable story. Absolutely, we try to pinpoint the best stories. And yes, a shout out to Dr. Shiva for getting that right about all the presidents. Right on point. Even if we disagree on some stuff, even if we've butted heads on some stuff on our show, I still give the credit when credit's due. That's how it works. That's how non-tribal approach to life, to news, to whatever works. Credit where credit's due. Call it out when you need to call it out. Even if it's uncomfortable, we do that. And yeah, we do love his passion. And we thought that was very well presented. No, this is true. Craig William would have voted for Shiva if I gave Fig based on as any potential POTUS would be, except for Dr. A agreeing with Pompeo on the unseen non-terrestrial threat potentially. Oh, I didn't know he agreed with Mike Pompeo on something, on a non-terrestrial threat. Interesting. We had a reason not to vote for him either. There was he butted heads with some people in our community, and it certainly rubbed us the wrong way that you would behave like that when we were trying to be outspoken. I mean, you guys know we've been very outspoken for third parties, and we wanted to bring as many third party discussions on the show as possible. We always do. So we didn't like this. It seemed like unnecessary challenging and aggression that was not valid, not appropriate, not well timed. And we just wanted to have a conversation about it with him when he came on the show for the fourth time, I think fourth and final time, really, to talk about it. And the talk about it didn't go too well. We wanted some accountability there, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen, unfortunately. But again, we call it out when we call it out, when we give props when they deserve it. So there you go. Yes, Eva Burke, Fauci should be arrested. Of course. Guess what? Spoiler alert. No one's getting arrested. No one's getting arrested. No way. Leslie, some of your colleagues, some of your healthcare colleagues wear Fauci shirts. No. I didn't know that. No. Really? Shirts with his face or praises? Go Fauci. That's a joke, right? If you're walking around with a Fauci face saying #science, that has to be comedy. I cannot effing believe. Maybe if it was 2022, 2021, I guess. But now, that's a joke, right? That's like ironic. They say that, right? It's ironic when you wear something that can't possibly be real, but you pretend it is, and that's called ironic, and then that makes it cool. But they actually believe it. Trust the science, right? They're still trusting it. And thanks for clarifying this on the COVID test from the Czech Republic that was associated with lower rates of successful conception, live births, when women were vaccinated before becoming. The trend observed started in mid-21, despite high vaccination rate among women aged 18 through 39. The research compared conception and birth rates between vaccinated and unvaccinated women. highlighting a significant difference of outcomes in promoting and prompting discussion about the potential impact of COVID-19 vaccines on fertility. Yes. Thank you for clarifying that, St. David's. And we did cover that on the show a week or two ago. And I do think this, and along with a lot of other things, has contributed to Trump doing that tweet. Where he's finally admitting that maybe he was tricked into Operation Warp Speed. Okay, we're going to do one more, and we'll do some more after this, because I still got 2 more stories for you guys. Okay. Oh, we got so many. God, we have so many comments from you guys. Okay. Restless Native, thank you for tuning in. I feel like you might be new on the channel. I might have missed one of your previous comments, but thank you. May God bless Palestine, Yemen, and their people, the strongest people in the world, 100%. Thank you for that. We're going to end talking back on that note. We'll get to some more of you guys a little later when we end the show. We'll put a few more comments up, but thank you guys so much. That should do it for talking back. Okay, what we're going to do now, I'm going to cut to a quick card. This is like a 2-minute, take a little breather. You can come back. We got two more big stories for you guys that we were saving for the end. And if we get a rumble raid, that'll be awesome. That happens sometimes on Tuesdays, we get a little rumble raid. So we'll see if that happens. In the meantime, let's go ahead. Yeah, let me go ahead and put up a card. And we'll see you guys in literally in 2 minutes. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got the mic on now. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. We're looking at today what we're calling the new multipolar world order, which seemingly is coming. This was a summit that President Trump did not attend, but 3 other world leaders did. It was Russia, China, and India all coming together. I'm gonna play a little clip of what we heard from President Putin in Russia, and the verbiage being said at this meeting, which is basically the multipolar world they're trying to create is supposed to be an evolution and something away from the unipolar world we've been living in, where the West has dominated, particularly U.S. Imperialism, the U.S. dollar, the U.S. grip on the world economy, and the way we've been living in this world. It's coming to an end, and now there's another approach. If we're gonna, if globalization is happening, if technology is connecting us all together, we might as well try a multipolar world. So that's what's going on here. We're gonna get to CNN's spin on this, but first, let's hear directly from Putin's mouth of what he's trying to accomplish, what they're all trying to accomplish at this summit, which Trump did not attend. So let's hear it.
С момента создания в 2001 году ШОС активно участвует в усилиях по формированию.
The SCO has actively worked to promote peace, security, trust, and cooperation across our common Eurasian continent. In this context, we have given careful consideration to the proposals put forward by President Xi Jinping. For establishing a more effective and functional system of global governance. Okay, such efforts are particularly relevant at a time when certain countries continue attempts to impose their will in international affairs. I wonder who he's referring to when he says oppose their will. Russia supports President Xi Jinping's initiative and is eager to engage in the substantive discussion of the proposals presented by our Chinese friends. Okay, sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. Okay, well, let's take a look at the coverage from CNN, as apparently they had a reporter right there to tell us how bad or suggest how scary this gathering was, especially because we didn't attend. And somehow it's going to find a way to blame this on Trump and on Putin. And watch them try to keep this narrative together. Here we go.
The House rules of a few countries should not be imposed by others. He said more as well.
We should advocate for an equal and orderly, multipolar world and a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization, and make the global governance system more just and equitable.
What truly interesting is who was there rubbing shoulders with Xi. Russia's Vladimir Putin and India's Narendra Modi all shared a laugh with the Chinese leader on the sidelines, really almost literally rubbing shoulders. For Modi, it was his first trip to China in 7 years. Let's get right to CNN's Ivan.
First of all, talking about rubbing shoulders, they're literally gonna try and make this look bad. That you have Xi Jinping, Putin, and Modi all rubbing shoulders. What do they all have in common? They've all been a victim in one way or the other of Western imperialism. Modi's the one they're most shocked about because we're supposed to have India on our side. But when you put sanctions to a level that we've never seen before, you're sending a message that we are now not on the same team here. And so why wouldn't Modi want to talk about aligning with Putin and with Xi Jinping? Why wouldn't you want to talk about that? Why are a lot of Americans still unaware of what BRICS is? This is 3 of those letters right here. That's what the BRICS, if you guys are looking at BRICS and you want to know what does that acronym stand for? What do you think the R, the I, and the C stand for? It's Russia, India, and China. This was inevitable. This was inevitable. Of course, you have Brazil and Saudi Arabia in there too. And amongst other countries, do you know who else has been invited to be part of BRICS? Maduro in Venezuela. Imagine that. He was unable to attend due to a conflict he has to deal with at home. But these other world leaders are coming together to this multipolar meeting of the minds, figuring out how we can construct a world in which one single unipolar country doesn't get to run everything. And when I say country, I mean U.S. as the basis. You have the arm of Israel, or U.S. is the arm of Israel. Israel's the arm of U.S. Either way, and you have the European backing of NATO. They're looking for a more multipolar attack plan in how we govern the world moving forward. Says we can't really avoid globalization. We can't avoid it. It's happening. How are we going to construct it? What is it going to look like? So CNN, are you doing an honest job in reporting this? Let's see. Guy on the ground. Tell us. His name's Ivan Watson. Ivan Watson, who is in China, is going to tell us what this experience felt like for him.
Watson, who was in Tianjin, China, with this rather extraordinary summit. Ivan.
That's right. And it's wrapping up now. The leaders of countries from across the Middle East and Asia have been gathering in this huge building here. Where they boast that they represent nearly 50% of the world's population, starting to see their motorcades leave now, John. And I think the enduring image is of those leaders of three of the world's largest countries, Russia, China, and India, looking pretty cordial and happy together, and all agreeing that this is a time of global uncertainty, and they're all calling for some kind of newer, fairer system of government. A lot of digs taken at what they describe as a world order that's been dominated too much, they argue, by the U.S. since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And Chinese leader Xi Jinping complaining about bullying. The Russian President Vladimir Putin saying that this kind of Atlantic Eurocentric world order, these institutions are outdated. Of course, he's complaining.
Well, we'll get to this. This will be funny what he says about Putin, but notice how he's using the words complaining about bullying. Now think about that. What does that feel like? Complaining about bullying. That's what you do. That's a victim shaming technique. You're complaining about bullying. Not that you're speaking out about being bullied. Who are the bullies? We are. They're admitting it in the report. The U.S. is the bullies, but they're just complaining about it. That means they just have a problem with complaining. We should be able to bully anyone we want. We've been doing it since, as they say, as they're indicating, since the fall of the Soviet Union. We've been doing it much before that, but maybe we amped it up. Maybe we amped it up after the fall of the Soviet Union. But that's all. We exist as bullies. That's what we do. That's how we govern. That's how we conduct our foreign policy. It's called hard power. Do you guys know hard power? Hard power is threatening your allies, saying, if you don't comply with us, you will become our nemesis, and then we will really punish you. So you're better off listening to us. Do you know what you say to your enemies? You know what hard power is? It's threatening them too, saying, we will bomb the crap out of you until we have our way. So the exchange is, you do things our way, we bomb you until you listen. So that's the ultimate definition of bullying. Do you know what soft power is? It's what China does. Soft power. Soft power is you exchange with your allies. You exchange with your enemies. You figure out ways you can benefit them and they can benefit you. That's called soft power. Especially to somebody you're talking about. You are the bigger. You're the Goliath. They're the David. Rather than fighting to the death, what you do is you exchange things that will benefit both parties, and maintaining your power as the bigger entity and keep that control. It's a respectful relationship between the big guy and the little guy. That's soft power. That's what China does. Hasn't invaded any country or bombed any country in our entire lifetimes. Hasn't done it at all. But of course, CNN's going to bring up what other than Putin, who, as we've been told for the last 3 years and a half, oh, he wants to take over the world. Putin single-handedly wants to take. He's the next Hitler, right? He wants to expand Russia. So all these lies, none of that's true. He's defending his border at Ukraine. But of course, you got to bring it up and then try and sell to the CNN audience that how dare Putin talk about more multipolar, global world order coming. How dare he talk about multipolar? Because I thought he wanted to be Hitler. I thought he would look what he's doing in Ukraine. He's indiscriminately bombing, and there's no cause for him to do that because NATO are the good guys, right? Well, obviously we know that's wrong. But listen to him try to justify this and create some sort of weird contradiction when there really is no contradiction between this meeting. This meeting makes a lot of sense. This summit in China makes a lot of sense. It also makes sense that we're not there. There's a reason we're not there because we don't play this game of multipolar. We don't play this game. We're stuck on an outdated system and it's ending. It is not sustainable. But go ahead, tell us how bad Putin is for wanting to do this in a collaborative effort of BRICS. Tell us how bad he is.
At the same time as his military is nightly bombing cities in Ukraine in a war that he only described here as a crisis. It is notable that the Prime Minister of India was here. He skipped last year's Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit, in part, I think, because of the fact that India and China's relations have been pretty bad. About 5 years ago, soldiers from India and China were beating each other to death in skirmishes in a disputed border region in the Himalayas. He's clearly here mending fences and still stinging from the fact that the Trump administration just days ago imposed 50% tariffs on India, much higher than on India's arch rival Pakistan. And that's seen by many Indian experts as stabbing India in the back and a U-turn on decades of growing U.S.-Indian relations. Watch this place closely, because in a couple days' time, China will go from flexing its diplomatic muscles to flexing military muscles.
No, it won't. No, it won't. Don't tell us that China is flexing its military muscles. That's a lie. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, tell us what this flex is. Don't tell me it's like a parade or something, right? You're not that dumb that you're reporting on military flex. Military flex? Like what we're doing in Venezuela, threatening war and taking and literally have a bounty on Maduro. Military flex, like annihilating Gaza into a parking lot and then turning it into a venture capitalist cash flow. Military flex, like NATO in Ukraine, the entire thing was a flex where we're using innocent Ukrainians as cannon fodder, not to mention a neo-Nazi battalion, which we funded and ousted the actual democratically elected president in Ukraine in 2014 and put in a puppet president. So I'm sure you got something at that level when you say flexing military muscles. Please don't be talking about a parade.
With a huge parade.
Oh, God! It was a parade. A military parade in Beijing. Oh, the nerve of Xi Jinping. The nerve of him. How dare he flex those military muscles? And by the way, they can blame Trump for the cause, one of the causes of our not so great relationship with India with the tariffs. But make no mistake, Putin and Xi Jinping are two people we have been, well before Trump, we have been painting as evil dictators. The Democrats more so of Putin, the Republicans more so of Xi Jinping. So don't think for a second that this narrative of the worst president in the world, Trump, just caused this worst thing to happen. You can talk about the sanctions he put, the tariffs he put in India, but how do you defend the fact that these two other world leaders, Putin and Xi Jinping, we have not wanted to cooperate with either of them. Both parties equally. The U.S. war machine has not wanted to cooperate with either of them. So you cannot really make this a unique Trump problem. At least out of 2 out of those 3, you can't really do it. But I think the Modi thing definitely hurts, definitely stings. We thought we at least had one of those guys, right? Now all 3 of them are coming together without us. Wow. Look at what's happening to the bully. The bully is now the complainer. The bully is crybabying here and saying China is flexing its military might by having a parade. Oh, in Beijing. Ooh.
Military parade in Beijing. It will be attended by none other than Vladimir Putin and also the leaders of North Korea and Iran.
Oh, North Korea and Iran. Wow. Uh-oh. Look at their faces. They look really scared. Well, what are they scared about? Are they really scared for us and our safety? Or are they scared about how the hell do we keep our jobs and keep spitting this garbage? That's what I think that look is. I think those looks are, how do we keep this is crazy. We're still going with the evil dictators over there. We're still going that. Oh, Hitler is the president here, and we have to fight evil dictators over there. Are we still keeping up with this shit? This is the garbage that we have to do to keep our paychecks. Okay.
John.
Yeah. Hi. Symbolism there. Ivan Watson, great to have you.
Great to have you, Ivan. Thanks for that propaganda piece. I mean, honest reporting from China. Good job on that one. Good job. We'll keep an eye on this one for you guys and all of our whatever's left of our 50 viewers on CNN. We'll keep you an eye on that. But make no mistake, we call this World War III watch because as this Southeast Asia is coming together to try and bring the world into this new time, this new era of technology and globalization. They're trying to bring us all together somehow. We know that NATO isn't budging. We know NATO's all in. We know that as far as Europe goes and doubling down on the debt for the Ukraine war and standing behind this sinking narrative of stopping Putin at all costs, at the cost of down to the last Ukrainian, down to the last citizen of France and Britain and Germany too, apparently. But this is what's happening in France. I'm going to end this segment with this this post. How is France responding to the situation right now? It sounds like they are all in. This is the hill they're willing to die on. This hill of NATO, this hill of the Ukraine war, this hill of sticking it to Putin, which is the same garbage narrative we've been hearing for 3.5 years. They're all in. Macron's all in. This is from Megatron. France orders hospitals to prepare for war, according to the Daily Mail. French hospitals have been told to prepare for a major engagement in Europe by March of 2026. So that's in the next 6 months. 6 months. Possible full-scale war with Russia across NATO. Leaked documents reveal France is bracing for mass casualties, not just from its own forces, but wounded soldiers from across Europe. French hospitals would need to prepare for up to 50,000 beds, 50,000 beds allocated to wounded civilians and military personnel per month. Holy World War III. Wow. So, as we've heard explained to us on the show several times by several experts, we have this conversation all the time. What does it look like when a military occupation or what we call an empire? What does it look like when an empire is failing? What does it look like when an empire is coming to an end? It overextends militarily and it compromises the well-beings of its own citizens. That's what it does. And we're watching this happen in real time, and it's tenfolding on itself. The fact that France is preparing for war against Putin means that NATO's all in on this. The biggest terrorist organization on the planet is NATO. They're all in, and we're part of that. So Trump can talk about how we're saving $1 and making other countries pay for more of these weapons to Ukraine, and we're never going to stop that Ukraine war, even though we look like we're close, but we're not, but we're close, but we're not. They're preparing for war with Putin. as a reaction to the fact that our system is failing, and it looks like the Southeast system of the multipolar approach to some sort of new world order in a multipolar. I prefer a multipolar approach than a unipolar approach. That's just me. If we have no choice to globalization, I'd rather that multiple countries were part of this, not just one entity. And NATO needs to be disbanded. NATO needs to go. That's another thing that Trump campaigned on. We haven't seen anything like that happen. But here we are, and we can continue to pretend that we're the good guys, but we're not. We're the bullies. If it's not absolutely clear to you right now, 100%, without question, we are the bullies. Okay, that's World War III watch. We have one more story for you before we head out. We're heading on the 4-hour mark. I know we started a little late, but we are headed on the 4-hour mark now. So we do have one more story for you guys. And I wanted to cover this. Let me go ahead and grab it first. And I do appreciate all your guys' engagement. We do have some more comments. We will certainly throw up before the end of the show. But let me get this one set up. We know that there's been a little shakeup over at Infowars. There's been a little shakeup over at Infowars. So let me set this one up and we'll get started right now. Okay. Here we go. Okay. It looks like we got some news coming out of Infowars. Yep. It looks like, yes, Owen Shroyer is officially out at Infowars. How did this go down? We might have seen it coming if we were paying attention. You know, we've covered Alex Jones on this show. We covered the dysfunction over at Infowars. We like to report when he gets things right. We also like to call out when he gets things wrong. And it seems that Alex Jones has been somewhat compromised. Even though he does get to talk a little trash on Israel, he has to pull back at some point. And now we know he's all in on the Venezuela change of power. We have to go in and stop Maduro. Even though I don't like the military industrial complex, but we have to stop Maduro. So we know he's been championing that nonsense. But this has officially been announced. Owen Shroyer out at Infowars. Let's look at what happened. So we'll look at, here's the story. Infowar host quit after being branded too anti-Trump. What? Well, I guess because you got the conservative audience, you're not allowed to be too anti-Trump. That's funny because lefty audiences, we like to be anti-Biden and Kamala, but we still consider ourselves lefties and former Dems. So, but I guess it's a little too much for Alex Jones to handle. Let's look a little closer at this. Infowars host Owen Shroyer has said he is leaving the show after disagreements with Alex Jones, who he suggests has branded him too anti-Trump. It's pretty clear that's the concern on Alex's part, that there's a certain level he has to maintain, a connection with his audience. And if you call out Trump too much, it's not good. You got to pull back. So the show he's been hosting, The War Room, it's a right-wing website. He shared the news with his viewers on Monday, revealing in a video on social media on X that he has a shocking announcement to make. He framed the decision to leave as his own, but also said Alex Jones had told him not to work out the rest of this week. So basically stay home, don't come in. Owen Shroyer wanted to come in and he wanted to, do the announcement on his show. But Alex Jones, he said no. This is from Miss Quinverse. Owen Shroyer just revealed he's out of Infowars. Last Thursday, he walked off mid-show in frustration with Alex, but intended to return. So Alex told the audience, lied and said it was a family emergency, but said Owen's too anti-Trump, told him he doesn't need him, and wished him luck. Okay, well, before we get to Owen's own statement, we do have a clip from a video that he put out, that one that they're referring to in the Newsweek story, which is the Monday night that he put out on Twitter. We got a clip from that. But just to give you guys some context, here is a clip. I actually think KIT CABELLO mentioned this clip earlier, and he probably covered it on his show as well, or we'll be covering it later. We're going to play this clip that people are passing around. This is with Owen Shroyer interviewing. You guys know Nick Fuentes, controversial dude. We've talked about him on the show. Alex Jones interrupts the interview. So this is one that they're sharing. So let's listen to what is going on here, and why do you think that Alex Jones had to come in and interrupt this conversation? Here we go.
About college, because I think it's hold on a second.
I just got a call from Tel Aviv. It's got the call. Stop talking about Israel right now.
Oh, it was straight out of Tel Aviv, huh?
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu, my boss.
Are you sure it wasn't Jerusalem?
So what Alex is doing is attempting to pretend that he's being over the top as kind of being humorous, but he's dead serious here. So he says, my boss Netanyahu. So it's tongue in cheek, telling everyone that he works for Netanyahu, which he's doing only so he knows he will be accused of that. So he might as well stay in front of it. It's kind of a smart technique to get in front of the jokes and then kind of keep a little smile. But this is, make no mistake, this is why he's interrupting, because he's gone too far with Nick Fuentes talking about what you can only say so much. We got to be careful. We got to be careful. Okay, we'll continue here. But watch Owen's face. He's had about enough of this. This is his show. He's being interrupted. Okay. Well, how are they going to get out of this? It's a little awkward, but let's see.
Stop right now.
Or Washington, D.C.
I'm ordering you.
Or Trump Gaza International.
I'm in there every day telling Owen. I have to restrain him.
Did you? Are you going to take the trip, Alex? You want to go touch the wall?
I would love to go to Egypt. I'd love to go to Israel.
I can arrange that for you.
I want to go.
Look at him trying to do a blanket answer. Oh yeah, I'll go everywhere. I want to go everywhere. I want to go everywhere. And Nick Fuentes keeps his mouth shut. That's a smart move on his part. Very smart. Stay there. Just see where this is going. See where this is going. But Owen's not done with him.
See the Great Wall of China. I mean, I'm going to work with Xi Jinping. Yeah, no, I would love to go see Golgotha where Christ was crucified. And I would love to do all that.
Would you kiss the wall? Like Vance?
You know, probably to troll people, yeah.
That'd be a good troll. That'd be a pretty good troll.
I would do the opposite thing. I would refuse to touch the wall to troll.
Now that sounds more like up our alley there, Owen. I would do the opposite. I would refuse to. That makes more sense to us here at the Homeless Left. So I don't know about this Alex Jones trolling. Not really convinced about that argument about why he would kiss the wall. But okay, let's hear a little more of this awkward interaction here, which Alex Jones created. He created this awkward thing here. He didn't have to do it, but he did it. So let's see how they get out of this.
People. No, listen, that's a Titus destroyed that in 70 AD. So you can't hate those people. And you know, we say we're not Judeo-Christian. I know that. We are Christian. But the point is, it does Abrahamic religion and all that. We can't, you even hate the Jews of 2,000 years ago. My point is, Netanyahu.
Are we having a history discussion now? Or do we have to do this now?
Do we have to do this on my effing show, dude? Do we have to do this? What are you trying to justify here? And who are you doing this on behalf of? Seriously. Who are your handlers here, Alex? Seriously.
It's because we disagree with a bunch of the bad stuff Israel does. We don't have to hate people. What's wrong with the solidarity? You know, J.D. Vance also goes to the Catholic Church. He's Catholic. You go say hi to the Pope or whatever. My point is, you think somebody's bad if they go do this?
Probably shouldn't have brought up the Pope thing because they're going to jump on that one. Probably shouldn't have brought that one up. J.D. Vance and the Pope. I think he was the last one to see the Pope alive. That was it. It was J.D. Vance. So not the best of references there, Alex.
Well, Vance visits the Pope. What happens? Pope dies.
Oh, you think he killed him?
He visits India. Nuclear war is about to break out. He dropped the trophy. He broke the trophy.
Is he the Antichrist?
Isn't it funny, though, how nobody's talking about that Pakistan-India situation? It's like there was a huge shootout at the border.
Yeah.
They didn't even talk about it.
They're threatening nuclear war with each other.
Yeah.
They've been doing that for years, but it's like,
wait a minute, we're not. How do we tie that into Israel? How do we blame Israel?
They're working with India.
It's true.
That is true, right?
So it's Israel's fault. Okay.
You said it. You said it,
High
not
five.
me.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awkward high five. Got to redo it. They redid it, so they worked it out. But man, oh man, yeah, this was probably inevitably going to happen. Well, let's look. I told you guys to be fair, but let's hear a little of Owen. Now he put out like several minutes. I think it was like 20 something minutes. We're not going to play the whole thing, but here's a little clip from it, from his words about what happened.
Alex had been coming into my show and talking about how I'm negative and calling me a pessimist and all this other stuff, which is fine. You work for Alex, you're going to get hit with it a lot. Alex is not easy to work for, and that's fine. You know, that's okay. But okay, he says I'm too negative. He says I'm a pessimist, whatever. I'm too anti-Trump. So I just said, all right, you know what? I'll just take some time off. I'll just disappear. And if Alex thinks I'm too negative, then maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm too negative now. Maybe I'm too much of a pessimist now. Maybe I'm too anti-Trump now. Whatever his issue was when he kept coming in the show, telling me I'm too negative, saying I'm a pessimist on his show, I said, okay, maybe he's right. I'll take some time off. I'll blow off some steam. I'll just get out of the ring for a week. And, you know, maybe I'll come back a little more positive. And you know, maybe there was a level of reality to that. And I think I did come back more positive. But the same issues that I had started up immediately as soon as I came back. And it's not to say that I didn't have creative control over the Infowars war room. But I mean, imagine it's like somebody staring over your back 24/7. And so every single day that I came back, it was either a guest that I was told I had on at the last minute, or it was, you know, him coming into the studio. He wants me to cover this. He wants me to cover that. Or I have to host his show for him because he's not in. So there's nothing consistent for me. I couldn't do what I wanted to do, which I'll explain what I want to do in a second here.
So that's that. You know, we can call it creative differences. It happens. It's not the first time someone's had to walk away. It kind of reminds me of the Justin Leslie leaving the OMG network. And yeah, that's O'Keefe. He had the whole O'Keefe situation with Justin Leslie. Although Justin was a lot more harsh about being vocal about it, that I think Owen is trying to stay cool as far as not burn a bridge. But clearly, we're talking about a moral dilemma, an ethical clash. That's what we're talking about here. We're not just talking about creative differences. We're talking about moral compasses. And we have, you know, especially in Hollywood, we have creative differences all the time. People we work with on films and on projects, creative differences are a thing. Also, political differences on ideology can also come into play. Assessments of day-to-days. We do it on Homeless Left all the time. We assess different opinions, have friendly debates. That's not what we're watching here. We're not watching a friendly debate. The clip I showed you, the reason why that was so awkward, it wasn't Alex Jones honestly disagreeing with Owen Shroyer and Nick Fuentes. There was a dishonest debate happening based on a moral compass flaw, that was the conflict, the moral conflict, where Owen wanted to be more true, and Nick even too. I mean, we've had discussions how Nick can go too far, makes us all look bad. Okay, but we're not talking about people compromise to the people pulling the strings. That's the break off point. That's why Owen Shroyer is no longer at Infowars. It's a break off point from a moral dilemma that it's not sustainable. If Alex Jones is going to come in and start talking about and thinking that if he just has a little smile, it'll sell itself as, oh, it's tongue in cheek, and oh, my boss says it can't do this. I'd love to go to the Wailing Wall and kiss it. It's just for fun, just so I can use it as a trolling device. And I'm going to bring up the Venezuela thing too, because that's also important. This isn't honest. You can't tell me that Alex Jones thinks all of a sudden there is no imperialism. All of a sudden there is no CIA pushing a fake drug campaign, funding the cartels, creating this storyline in Venezuela that is somehow Maduro is not an elected leader officially, and he's the head of a drug cartel, and that it's an honest thing that we want to go take him out, and he's supporting it. Never mind all the oil in Venezuela. Never mind all of that. Never mind that Maduro actively speaks out against Netanyahu and Israel. Never mind that he's been invited to be part of BRICS. And he probably would have been in that summit in China this last weekend if it wasn't for the fact that he has a $50 million bounty on his head and he's being surrounded by 4,000 Marines in 7 different ships surrounding Caracas right now. Alex Jones doesn't get that wrong because he's stupid. He gets it wrong because he's compromised. So this moral dilemma has an endpoint, and this is the endpoint for Owen and Shroyer. We wish him well. We hope he can take a lot of his audience from Alex Jones, actual, right-wing populists that actually want to have a talk about the military-industrial complex. Honestly want to have a talk about the Israel-controlled Congress, not just the Congress, the Israel-controlled media, Israel-controlled education system, Israel-controlled Hollywood. Want to have an honest talk about that. So yeah, I hope he brings that audience with him. And Alex Jones, man, I mean, we'll if you get something right, we'll say it, but you are dead wrong here. And you should have let the guy go on and just at least had his piece, spoke his piece on his show. That would have been cool if you did that. So you're really no different than James O'Keefe and the way he behaved with people like Justin Leslie when you refuse you go to Bohemian Grove. That's what James O'Keefe did. He went to Bohemian Grove. Justin Leslie called him out on it and didn't go over too well. He said, "Oh, I was going to Bohemian Grove it's research. It's research." Well, why didn't you call him out as soon as you got there? Why didn't you expose what's happening there? "Oh, I was just going for research." I'll come back to that story later. Oh, really? Okay. So moral compasses, moral dilemmas. These are the people you want to follow because these are the people that are willing to walk away from a job. They're also willing to walk away from a bribe. They're willing to walk away from whatever it is, a COVID policy. The doctors that took the bribe money and forced crap on their patients because they were getting bonuses for it. You want to be around people that are willing to walk away. So whether that is from their career altogether, whether it's in a hospital, whether it's on a podcast like Infowars, which is supposed to be about information war, it's supposed to be about challenging the deep state, challenging the censorship industrial complex, challenging these things. So okay, good for Owen getting out of there. We wish him well. And Alex, dude, you got to look in the mirror, man, and say why am I getting these things wrong? Is it me? Or is it something bigger than me? And do I not have the moral conviction to stand up against it? Okay. I think that does it for today's show. Thank you guys all for being part of today's festivities. Thanks so much to KIT CABELLO, Hardlands Media, coming on, doing a couple segments with us today. I believe Thursday we'll be back. Of course, we'll be back at the same time, noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. We should have, I think, Jay Scott and Craig Pasta Jardula will hopefully both be joining us on Thursday, either together, one at a time. We'll figure it out. We might have another guest come on as well. So it'll be a big show Thursday. Friday, I believe there's a Truthwire show happening with Fiorella and Pasta. I might be on that one as well. And look out for me on Garland Nixon's show as well. So with that said, this show this is really, really about what we called it. What do we call it? We're all expendable. We're all expendable. So wake up, people. Wake up. And I'm going to leave you with this. This is a behind the scenes feed that was supposed to be erased. It was requested to be erased by Alex Jones himself. And he's going to show you when he thought the cameras were off or they were only on like Facebook at the time, but he asked his crew, please erase this. If we didn't go live on Rumble, YouTube, please erase this. Because he's saying the quiet part out loud, and you can hear it, you can feel it. This is a man who's been compromised. And you can hear how angry he is about what he's forced to do, what he's forced to not say on camera, which is why he wanted this footage erased. As the irony is, he's calling out Trump for being compromised because he's not allowed to report on it. So he's also compromised. That's the irony. One guy calling out another guy on their compromised position. It's pretty fantastic. So enjoy that. We'll throw up some comments on the way out throughout this clip. And we'll see you guys on Thursday. Remember, until then, always go at the world with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. Remember, hashtag, we always say, power to the people. And of course, free Palestine. We'll see you next time.
And you've got Dumford and you've got Emperor Palpatine. Get Pachenik on as well. Get his take on this. God, this is horse crap. This isn't just a bombing of one airfield like he did a year ago for public consumption. This is much bigger. Again, we're on. Are we live on all the feeds yet?
We're live on. This is Facebook is live and Twitter or Periscope is live. I'm restarting.
Okay, good. So we're on Twitter. We're on Facebook now. But behind the scenes, we're getting ready to go live in studio. Everybody left here tonight at like 7 o'clock, but we got the news about 45 minutes ago. We all drove back down here. So we got the limited crew in there getting ready to go live on the satellites and launch the main transmission here. So a lot of TV stations just pick up our 24-hour feed. So we're gonna get ready to go here.
Oh, that's another thing we need to do. Make sure Tim is posting this on the /show.
You know, this is 100% them pushing Trump with a raid on his lawyer and the deep state. Because Trump's not a Russian agent, but anybody's lawyer, you're going to be able to find something according to FBI rules that didn't pay taxes right or something. Now, this is total compromise. And God, I hope all the left and their own personal power trips loves this and potential nuclear war. I just hope you guys are so proud of yourselves. Again, we're in studio. We're going to go live here on TV here in a few minutes. You're behind the scenes on Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, that's fine. Keep saying correct. It'll be fine and just correct. And just have make the new feeds that are coming out those. And you can keep everything else done. Okay. Cool. Thanks, man.
All right, KIT's in there.
Yeah.
Who was that?
That was Timothy. He's making sure the video streams are going out on /shows.
Yeah, just live coverage of Trump attack on Syria.
Yeah. I know. This is not good. I mean, we thought we had it. I felt we had turned the corner. I thought we'd gotten through to it.
That zero hedge, like I said today.
Oh, yeah. The six.
Print me the article. The six reasons.
Yeah, I'll go grab it.
It's so on target.
I'll go get that one.
The thing is this is so wrong, folks. The globalists ganged up on Syria. They sent the jihadis in. They did all of this. And they're behind it all. And they launched the last 3 chemical attacks. And they compromised Trump. It's just, you know, everybody's got their breaking point. And Owen Shroyer, I just saw Owen. You want to get a chair in here on before we go live? Let me tell you, all my bets are on Trump. They are suing me 17 times to stop him. They are trying to destroy my family. I was told, you basically drop all this and stop supporting Trump, you know, and the whole attack on my family, that would stop. I mean, I have given my children up to try to support Trump, killing TPP, doing all this, and then this. I'm not in a goddamn cult. You're doing great. We're going live in 5 minutes. Go put your sports jacket on. Get a lot of viewers for this. Thanks for coming in, Owen. No, it's all right. You're good. We're not going live yet. We're only on his feeds. All right. This is the military-industrial complex. This is the same crap happened with Hitler or the Soviets. I mean, you got a bunch of power and weapons, so you got to take over everywhere. The damn rebels are Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Our own government funded them to take over the Middle East from Libya to Egypt to Syria. And Assad is pro-diversity, pro-religious freedom. They stood up. They beat it. The Russians were pulling out. And then Trump says a week ago he's pulling out of Syria. And then they start this crap. And they go, sir, we've raided your offices. We know about, 20 years ago where you paid Atlantic City $100,000 at your casino. That's what they did. They grabbed his lawyer's documents. And none of it's even corruption, but according to the FBI, they can say, oh, you didn't say that was a... They got it. They rolled Trump. And he didn't stand up at the moment of truth. Donald Trump shit his fucking pants at the fucking moment of truth and shit all over everybody. That's my first approximation. I'm not in a fucking cult for Donald Trump. Fuck him. Fuck his family. Fuck all these people. All right, see, I shouldn't even be live right now. When are we going on the fucking satellite? God fucking damn it, man. What the fuck? Is there nobody fucking pure in this goddamn fucking world? See, now I'm fucking pissed right now. Syria fought Al-Qaeda, they fought ISIS, they fought it all. And now you got Mattis and fucking all these people shitting all over us. And the goddamn fucking liberal fascists censoring us everywhere the last 2 days. We did an emergency fucking 36-hour broadcast trying to stop this shit that could lead to World War III. And you fucking liberal pieces of fucking shit, you fucking assholes, fucking support this. Fuck you. You fucking goddamn degenerate fucks. And fucking Mueller and fucking Comey and fuck you. Every major analyst, see, I shouldn't even be on there right now. Every analyst agrees that this could trigger World War III unlike anything in our history. And the Russians were the good guys battling ISIS and Al-Qaeda. I am not a Russophile. I've never been to Russia. But I've studied the geopolitics. They are the white knights. And our military 5 years ago joining the Russians to block Obama and the Arab Spring and do the right thing, did the right thing. And now Mattis and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and Trump have shit from end to end all over it. And don't think they don't know. I mean, my God, Fast and Furious was Obama shipping guns into Mexico to transship them in the Middle East. Benghazi was all about this. Trump was so on target, everything he did. And I will leave 10% judgment here to see what happens. But my first approximation is, my pledge to you is, I'm going to shoot you straight on Facebook and Twitter. And I am sick to my stomach right now. And Mattis looks like a fucking Emperor Palpatine. When that cocksucker knows full fucking well that Al-Qaeda and ISIS staged all those fucking chemical attacks. And now they're blaming it on the goddamn motherfucking I shouldn't be on air right now. When the fuck are we going live? I can't do this shit anymore. Fuck Trump and fuck these fucking people. At a certain point, man, I'm sick of all you fucking liberals and mainlanders. You're a bunch of cowardly fucks. You're not Americans. What's going on?
Hey, we're ready to go live.
Okay. Should we shut these feeds down and delete those? And I'm going to try to control myself.
Yes.
Dude, just shut those feeds down and restart them, okay?